everyone world over, wherever you are. Green morning, green afternoon, and green evening to all our brothers and sisters in the entire world. Because it's a global family, it's a Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is the philosophy and ethos of India and Indian Vedas and Indian civilization. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead in our journey. Today is the 255th 255वां webinar है Making Education Relevant. And this is an international webinar by our brothers and sisters. But today I have got brothers only, there's no sister. Right over here in the webinar, all panelists are brothers. So they're coming from different countries, different continents at this point of time, Indian diaspora, non-resident Indians. And today we are going to deliberate on new education policy, national education policy 2020, holistic higher education for making India ATMA-NIRBHAR. ATMA-NIRBHAR Bharat kaise banega? So Friday, 23rd of October 2020 at 10 minutes past 7, that is 40 minutes past 7 p.m. We extend you a very warm welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, this evening we have been joined by Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji, Associate Professor and Atmospheric Scientist, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. That's in the Scandinavian countries. We extend him a very hearty welcome. We have been joined by Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, who is the engineering manager, Google India, United States. We have got Dr. Vaidhurya Pratap Sahiji. He's a researcher, and that is at Karl Ruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. And that's about 1 hour drive from Frankfurt. And then we have got, everybody talks about a country, Finland. Why Finland is known for education? Why people always give an example of Finland? So we thought, let's get a brother and a friend and a guide philosopher from Finland also, Dr. Vinay Gautam, postdoctoral fellow, Computer Sciences Department, Aalto University, Finland. He's also joining us. So extending a very hearty welcome to all of us, right from Canada, United States, Latin America, European Union, Mauritius, Seychelles, African continent, coming to Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and from there to South Asia, Afghanistan, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, and coming to ASEAN region, 10 beautiful countries. When I talk about them, that is Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, Brunei. And some of my friends, I know you have already taken your dinner, so don't go to sleep and be a part of it. Those are there in Seoul, and I have got a good population of my friends. Those are joining over there. I also have Geeta Chopra ma'am and her husband, along with 270 NRIs from Bahrain. They're also there. People are there. It's early evening. Enjoy your tea and coffee. Those are joining us from Doha, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and they are joining us from Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Dubai. We extend you all a very hearty welcome. And finally, coming to the most pious soil, ladies and gentlemen, Bharat में आपका स्वागत है. आप सभी लोगों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन. आज की शाम इस प्रोग्राम में जुड़ने के लिए आप सब लोगों के हम बहुत ऋणी हैं. और आज 255वें वेबिनार में आपका बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए, क्योंकि मेरे साथ बहुत सारे लोग अलग अलग राज्यों से भी जुड़े हुए हैं, और अलग अलग राज्यों से जो जुड़े हैं उन सबका मैं बहुत स्वागत करता हूं. और मुझसे कोई हंस रहा था कि बिहार की 60% पॉपुलेशन जो वर्कआउट करते हैं मॉरिशस के अंदर, तो मॉरिशस में 60% पॉपुलेशन जो शुगर केन प्लांटेशन, पोर्ट लुइस और वो सब जगह पर है, वो लोग बिहार से गए हैं. और बिहार के लोगों ने मुझे खास कर कहा कि डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा आज हिंदी में जरूर बातचीत करना. और वैसे ही किसी ने मुझे आज शाम को एक बुलंदशहर से फोन किया, और एक और मित्र थे जिन्होंने अलीगढ़ से फोन किया. उन्होंने कहा तुम सारा कार्यक्रम अंग्रेजी में करते हो, थोड़ा कभी कभी हिंदी में भी बोला करो. I said I'll try to speak few words in, but I got to take the global fraternity also with me. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and match mix. We'll try and make it the best possible way. And we also extend a very hearty welcome to all our other brothers and sisters. Those are native in different countries. Those are joining us for this particular program. Now, This program is brought to you by International Chamber for Service Industry. Now, what is ICSI? What is International Chamber for Service Industry? There are lots of chambers you have got, but this particular chamber is exclusively with the non-resident Indians, for the non-resident Indians, and dedicated to service industry. And during this pandemic, during this coronavirus, you know, people are doctors, nurses, paramedical people. They're taking care of medical, that is health and wellness. Similar way, our teachers, our trainers, our educators, and our technocrats, they are taking care of education fraternity. So making education relevant and keeping education pace going on, because 1.86 billion children are at present away from schools and colleges. ICSI came into existence in 1994, and I wish to share with all of you that in India, initially there used to be a confluence of people. Those are watching, please, you can laugh, I have no problems, because every Punjabi thinks let's go to Canada, and that's why second highest population in Canada is that of Punjabis, and they are everywhere on that particular soil. And some of the people also think, let me go from Punjab. The moment I will land in United States, Donald Trump will come with his grown-up daughter and he'll say, my son-in-law, you have come. Here is my daughter. Take on America and stay over here nicely. Now, this is your country. Enjoy yourself. After 1 week, you see them sometime, you know, filling petrol at the gas station. I always say, if you want to go abroad, go with dignity. Go for education. Go for higher education. Go for dignified job. And when the job is in hand, then only go abroad. India is a beautiful country. And I always tell my brothers and sisters, because whenever I go abroad, I don't stay in any hotel. I stay with my brothers and sisters, with the families. And I always feel at home because they are so warm, they are so good, they are so nice. And they always share with me how much struggle they had taken, how much efforts they have put in to settle over there, to start working over there, to bring proud to India. We always count only FDI and FII, but we don't think what is there behind the FDI. A lot of efforts are being put in by the people, those have gone abroad. We salute them, our great regards to them, and God bless them. They are wonderful people, 30 million plus people, those have gone abroad. So ladies and gentlemen, this particular journey since 1994. During pandemic, I know everything is being affected. We can understand, but at the same time, Bharat always tells Vasudev Kutumbakam. This time will also pass. We know difficulties are there, problems are there. Heartiest congratulations to Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and to the Education Minister of India, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, because wonderful, and all the team members of the Ministry of Education. They've done a wonderful job. 29th of July, this new education policy, which was set rolling, given the green signal, green flag, and now the deliberations are going on, implementation of this particular education policy. So today, these 4 distinguished guests from the world over, those are joining us. They're also sharing their vision and their inputs, how the new education policy should be implemented. And we also have an expert from Google who is going to talk to us, and Google has signed a lot of documents with the Ministry of Education. And Google is doing a wonderful job, and I always tell my teachers, you should be Google certified, trainer 1, trainer 2, trainer 3. Try and pick up the best of whatsoever you can in technology. Just before this program, 10 minutes before, I finished one of the webinar, and that's a new series which we have started on water conservation, water management, water saving strategies, all that part what we have taken care of. So ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful series we have started from today. It will be live every Friday at 5 p.m. World over, people, those are watching, if you have got some good suggestions, good panelists, the people those have done specialization in water management, please do let us know. We would be more than happy to bring them on forum with us. Mr. Anil Manchanda ji is the one who is taking care of this entire series all the way from Singapore, and he is the one, Anil Manocha ji, he's the one who's taking care of this water series. Now, Women empowerment is also very important for all of us because we give lots of respect to women education, equal rights, their empowerment, they getting into every profession. When you talk about teachers, you talk about nurses, you talk about doctors, you talk about lawyers, you talk about educators, wherever they are. The girls' education is very important. Their empowerment is very, very important for all of us. Our chamber is live 12 hours in a day, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that is because we set up India's first finishing school, basically for service industry. Your etiquettes, manners, gesture, body language, articulation, critical thinking, logical thinking, analytical thinking, personality development, sales and marketing, digital marketing, whatsoever you can think of on this planet, all the soft skills we had brought complementary for everybody. This is the skill center which we set up with the help of the non-resident Indians as a finishing school. Sector skill councils, 38 of them, they are doing wonderful job in India. And from coming Monday, we are starting a series on media entertainment industry. Your radio, television, theater, music, films, animation, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, Internet of Things, blockchain, and cloud computing, whatever you can think of, sound, light, music, and talk. That is the way media entertainment industry we are starting for all the youth at 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time with Media Entertainment Skill Council from coming Monday. Then every Saturday, we talk about Swami Vivekananda, what must have happened on 11th of September, 1893. 127 years back when somebody walked inside the auditorium in Chicago and just one sentence and people getting up on their chairs and clapping and thunder of clap must have been there. That was Sisters and Brothers of America. And that was Swami Vivekananda ji. What is his teachings and what does he want to tell about the education? Now, when we do so much of hard work, you got to be taking care of your health and wellness also. So yoga, meditation, naturopathy, nutrition, organic farming, and Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji is deeply, emotionally, spiritually, professionally, creatively, deeply associated with this particular pedagogy. Excuse me. So we will talk about that in a while because I heard him earlier. He's a wonderful, wonderful, deeply associated about Indian Vedas and India's philosophy and spirituality and what all has to be done in a scientific way. Every Sunday morning, think about Hollywood, think about Universal Studios, and right in front of Universal Studios, ladies and gentlemen, there is a Woodbury University. Excuse me. Weather is changing in India. So I got to share with all of you that Universal Studios doors, when you open up, right in front is the Woodbury University, and we get Professor Satinder Dhiman all the way from Woodbury University live 9:30 a.m. every Sunday morning on the YouTube, where he talks about what is the relevance of Srimad Bhagavad Gita and India's Upanishad in today's education system. Mind-blowing deliberations, ladies and gentlemen. It's a treat to listen to this particular person. Don't forget, if you get a time, join us on 9:30 a.m. till 11 o'clock, क्योंकि 11 बजे के बाद मन की बात आती है मोदी साहब की, तो हम 11 बजे मन की उड़ान को रोकते हैं और मन की बात को सुनते हैं. तो आगे लेकर चलते हैं आपको. उसके बाद शाम को 3 बजे हमारा प्रोग्राम होता है इंडिया आसियान का. 650 million population. These people are wonderful, wonderful people. When you talk about this economy is also moving very fast. Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, Brunei, all these 10 countries, when I look at them, and education, skills, tourism, research, innovation, wellness, micro, small, and the medium enterprise, and the entire northeast part of India, that is 8 beautiful states to which Indian Prime Minister calls Ashta Lakshmi. We get them also on a common platform over there. So 3 to 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time, that is on Sunday, we talk about it. And this is the last program on Sunday evening at 5 p.m. Micro, small, and the medium enterprise way we talk about your business. So ladies and gentlemen, here is the canvas of the entire week. So you can well imagine, I do not know, sometimes I wonder who made Saturday and Sunday. Please find out, Google, try and give us who found out Saturday, Sunday. There should not be any Saturday, Sunday. Don't we take oxygen on Saturday, Sunday? Don't we take breakfast, lunch and dinner? And I just laughed last time and people laughed world over. I'm putting in a very lighter way. This Sunday, nobody will go to toilet. Nobody will be allowed to go to toilet. I will put the lock outside your toilet. Then I'll see how you hold yourself inside the entire stuff. If you need everything else on Sunday, then why not to work on Sunday? Sunday should be more productive than other days. So ladies and gentlemen, forget about it. I don't know who are the people. People always praise and they say, oh, certain people had come to India. They built beautiful hill stations. They built the hill station. They had come here for honeymoon and enjoy, not to work over here. We got to work. India ऐसे नहीं आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनेगा. अगर भारत को विश्व गुरु बनाना है, आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, तो भैया सैटरडे संडे को भी काम करना पड़ेगा. The Honorable Prime Minister of India has not taken a single holiday from the time he has taken the responsibility of this particular, ये जो कांटों का ताज है जिसको पहन के आप प्राइम मिनिस्टरशिप पे बैठते हैं, कितनी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. Imagine such a huge population with so much of diversity, art, craft, culture, cuisine, festival. 10 किलोमीटर जाओ तो एक नया डायलेक्ट है, 20 किलोमीटर जाओ तो कोई फेस्टिवल हो रहा है, 30 किलोमीटर जाओ तो कोई नए कपड़े हैं, 40 किलोमीटर जाओ तो कोई नया खाना है. Imagine to manage such a country. Hats off and our salutation and great regards to the Honorable Prime Minister and his entire team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about it from 25th of March till 20th of October, the research which our chamber has carried out in 150 countries, we got to understand B2B will not be business to business for a few years now. Forget about it. B2B should be named as now back to basics of life. Please come back to the back to basics. If you live with the basics, you will survive. Your basic food, your organic food, your nutrition, that is something very important. और उन लोगों को भी पकड़ो जिन्होंने फ्रिज बनाया, क्योंकि पहले आयुर्वेदा था और आयुर्वेदा में जो कुछ भोजन बनता था उसको इमीडिएटली आप खा लेते थे तो आप स्वस्थ रहते थे. अब जिसने फ्रिज बनाया उन सब लोगों को पाप लगेगा जिन्होंने फ्रिज बनाया, क्योंकि फ्रिज के अंदर आप एक महीने की आइटम ठूस देते हैं और आप सोचते हैं कि एक हफ्ते की चीजें बना के उसमें रख दो और जो बची हुई सब्जियां उनको खाते हैं जिनमें ना कोई न्यूट्रिशन है ना कोई चीज है. तो भाई कोरोना के टाइम में और इसके आने के बाद में भी प्लीज रिमेंबर, टेक केयर ऑफ योर हेल्थ, ईट फ्रेश थिंग्स, ईट फ्रेश फ्रूट्स, eat fresh food, take nutritious food, eat less. If you will eat less, ये कोरोना का ही टाइम है जिसमें आप अपना वेट रिड्यूस कर सकते हो. जिन सबको ओबेसिटी है उन सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि कम खाओ, कोरोना के टाइम में अपनी सेहत को ठीक कर लो. That is something very important you have to take care of. Okay, that is on the lighter side because the aim is to keep you happy also. People are carrying so much of pressure, so much of anxiety, so much of stress, so much of depression. I want to make you happy and I want to make you agile also. So thereby, I'm talking about, when you talk about education, education should be fun. Education should be stimulating. Education should be entertaining. Music should be the integral part of education. नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बाद सबसे पहले आशा भोसले जी ने फोन किया गवर्नमेंट को और कहा कि आई एम सो हैप्पी. अब साइंस का जो बच्चे हैं जो कभी मुस्कुराते ही नहीं हैं, हमेशा सीरियस रहते हैं, अब वो म्यूजिक का सब्जेक्ट भी ले पाएंगे. बिकॉज नो आर्ट्स, नो कॉमर्स, नो साइंस, नो टाइट कंपार्टमेंट्स. नाउ एनीबडी कैन स्टडी एनी सब्जेक्ट नाउ. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, फूड इज द बेसिक, सेकेंड इज योर हेल्थ, एंड द थर्ड पार्ट, पहले इंडिया में जो आपके मम्मा पापा हैं, माता पिता हैं, वो सब कहते थे बेटा कोई बात नहीं, तुम्हें कुछ काम करने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम तुम्हारे लिए मेहनत करेंगे, तुम सिर्फ पढ़ाई कर लो. और अब मैं कोरोना के टाइम में हर एक बच्चे को ये कहूंगा, अर्न एंड लर्न, लर्न एंड अर्न. पार्ट टाइम जॉब भी करो साथ में और साथ में पढ़ाई भी करो, because that is the way we have to take it. You have to become self-responsible, and sooner you become self-responsible, like it happens abroad in the different countries. So it's a sustainable development model which we all have to consider, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the last slide which I thought I should share with all of you, and that is something very nice, saying whatsoever human mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Let's come together. Let's make education relevant. It's a global confluence of the educators, motivators, technocrats, and counselors from the world over, wellness experts, corporate, government administrators, and decision makers. All of us, we are together in this journey. I'm so happy. It's such a pleasure to have Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak from Sweden. And he's such a wonderful person. It was a treat. It was a pleasure to listen to him last time. Dr. Pathak is an associate professor and atmospheric scientist in the Department of Chemistry and Molecular Biology, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. And he received his undergraduate degree 5 years, integrated BTech and MTech 1999 in chemical engineering from IIT Bombay, and PhD in the Kong University, that is Science and Technology 2004. That is Hong Kong I'm talking about. Then he further pursued his postdoctoral research at the Center for Atmospheric Particle Studies, Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, USA. He has contributed as a lead author in many research articles in the peer-reviewed international journals of aerosol and air quality research. His research interests currently, Dr. Pathak is also heading the University of Gothenburg research project, Indo जब गंगा की बात करते हैं तो Gangetic Plains, Center for Air Research and Education in Rural India at Hamirpur UP. एक हमीरपुर आपका हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी है. He is collaborating with more than 24 academic institutions in
Sharma, you are muted.
It has happened automatically on a slow bandwidth somewhere. Okay. Okay. Fine. So we extend a very hearty welcome to Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak. His groundworks are located in the ravines of Betwa River in Hamirpur, that is in UP, India. He is also working on economic model for the rural sustainable development with focus on organic farming. Last time he mentioned about Gurukul also. I was so touched, deeply touched, because he has got wonderful pedagogies and andragogies and a couple of new things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have also been joined by Mr. Gaurav Srivastava. Mr. Gaurav Srivastava did his BTech from IIT Mumbai and Masters from the University of Texas, Austin. Currently, he is working as an engineer manager in Google India. Gaurav ji has 20 years of experience working in the corporate America on cutting-edge semiconductor projects. He has a deep commitment towards the rise of India as a prosperous and peaceful nation, and has been associated with the like-minded organizations such as Bharat Uday Karm Yogi Ashram since 2007. He has a keen interest in leveraging his corporate experience and technical know-how for developing sustainable and scalable solutions for India. Today, Mr. Srivastava will focus on how India can impact the knowledge economy given our demographic dividend and existing education infrastructure, and how do we gear the higher education to solve India's various problems, and by the extension, those of rest of the world. So hearty welcome to Mr. Gautam Srivastava. We are also being joined from Germany by Dr. Vaidurva Pratap Sahiji. He is 1 hour away from Frankfurt in Germany. We extend him a very warm welcome. Dr. Pratap Sahi is a researcher at the Molecular Cell Biology Laboratory Botanical Institute, that's Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. He completed his bachelor's in agricultural sciences at Sam Higginbotham University, that is in plant breeding and genetic at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, India. He completed his PhD in molecular biology at Hamirpur University, Japan in 2012. So when we talk about Tamil Nadu, it is Namaskaran. And when we talk about Japan, it is Shivasinarateo Tatako Shivasinarattai Dodeshimaso. Presently, he is working in Germany in the field of plant cell biology to understand the role of actin and micro tubules in the development of rice plants. Also, he is working to create morphological keys and DNA barcodes for Ayurvedic plants. That's great. Ayurvedic plants, great. His interests include plant signaling, plant intelligence, utilization of land races of crops, and history of plant biology. Wow, all the topics are so interesting. He is a member of the editorial team of the journal Plant Signaling and Behavior. He also served as an ambassador for the Society of Experimental Biology UK. He has published scientific articles in international journals and has 2 books to his credits. He is passionate dog lover, and his free time likes writing stories and illustrating them. When I talk about Germany, it's a Rottweilers, yes. Today, Dr. Vaidurya Pratap Sahi will outline how new molecular level information and ancient wisdom of India, that is a key figure, because in the new education policy, they are talking about ancient wisdom of India. I'm so happy, Pratap Sahiji. So, how new molecular level information and ancient wisdom of India can be seamlessly integrated to achieve self-reliance in biotechnological areas of significance for India. Wow, that's a pleasure. That's a pleasure. It's going to be a treat. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody always talks about Finland. Everybody, anywhere, any training program, any training workshop, they say, have you read Finland school education system? Have you understood they have got creativity and collaboration? Do you know that up to 14 years, children are not allowed to write anything, no writing skills? That comes after 14 years. So ladies and gentlemen, let's travel this evening without paying any charges and taking any ticket and taking any flight. Let's travel to Finland also to Dr. Vinay Gautamji. Dr. Gautam is a postdoctoral fellow in the Computer Sciences Department at the Aalto University, Finland. We extend him a very hearty welcome. He has a multidisciplinary background in science, engineering and technology, a PhD in computer sciences from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, a master degree in IT, information technology from IIT Allahabad, and bachelor degree, अभी इलाहाबाद नहीं, इसका नाम प्रयागराज हो गया, and a bachelor degree in electronics and communication engineering from Uttar Pradesh Technical University, Lucknow, and now AKTU. His research interests lie at the intersection of multiple disciplines of science and technology, such as computer science, molecular biology, chemistry, and nanotechnology. Yes, I'm remembering Samir Bhatia. Okay. Dr. Vinay Gautamji will present his views about why multidisciplinary education is crucial for 21st century. Let me repeat so that I understand it very well, and my audience also. In the new education policy, when we are talking about why multidisciplinary education is crucial for the 21st century, and yeah, crucial, and how Indian education system should include element to nurture multidisciplinary thinking in students from at early stage. Wow, that's lovely. That's lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, let me drop the curtains and let me bring on the center stage Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji to take on today's deliberations, and he is going to talk to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to share with all of you, people, those are watching us live from the world over on the YouTube, please tell your other friends, your brothers, sisters, and wherever they are, whosoever are your fellow friends, please tell them to come on ICSI YouTube channel. They can come on Dr. Gulshan Sharma's YouTube channel, watch this program live. And also, I would request all of you, kindly post your views on the YouTube itself. Should you wish to ask any question from anybody, should you wish to know anything from anyone from them, and entire deliberation and moderation from here will be taken forward now by Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji. Ravi Kant Pathak ji, evening is ours. There is no time limit. There is no problem. Do justice with the subject, New Education Policy 2020. Let's hear the views of the non-resident Indians and Indian diaspora. What do they wish to convey as far as the new education policy? And there we take on today the higher education. With these words, hearty welcome to all of you. It's a pleasure to all of you to have all of you with us, and we extend you a very warm welcome. Please, Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji.
Thank you, Sharma ji. And I welcome our distinguished guests from different parts of the world today. Shri Gaurav Srivastav ji, Baidur Shahi ji, and Vinay Gautam ji. Thank you for joining today this very important discussion on holistic higher education for ATMA-NIRBHAR Bharat. We have to make India Atmanirbhar, Bharat Atmanirbhar, the self-reliant India. And that is the goal for all of us to achieve and strive for it all the way. I will share my screen and work. So, welcome everyone. And holistic higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today, I will be talking about why we need education, the basics first, the purpose and significance of education, review of Indian education system past and present, and way forward. Then I invite my friends here, the panelists, to comment and discuss. And then further, I will talk about environmental sustainability, organic farming, and rural transformation. All education related to these areas and these subjects, and then invite other panelists to comment on this. Then I will invite Gaurav Srivastav to talk about Indian knowledge economy and higher education to solve India's problem. Vaidya Shahi will speak on traditional wisdom on Indian education and biological areas of significance for self-reliant India. Followed by Vinay Gautam will talk about significance of multidisciplinary education in 21st century and how to nurture it in our students. And then we will sum it up with all speakers about 2 minutes each or whatever. Time is not the limit now. So thank you very much. Let me begin this whole discussion with fundamental question. Why anyone need education? You see birds, you see animals, you see other creatures on this globe, on this earth. Are they having any education system like humans? And we say no. It is the nature of humans. We need education, a systematic way to learn the things. And we are learning, willingly or unwillingly, we are learning. And we are trying to put that knowledge, in a system. So it is passed from one generation to other generation. Let me review Indian education system in the ancient time. And Indian education system came from our ancient wisdom, and that came from the Sanatan Dharma. I'm not talking about communal things. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the Sanatan Dharma, the righteous path, and then it has a history and its own timeline. It defines the Vedic system, intellectual heritage, culture. It covers the areas of health and wellness, contributions to science and technology, potpourri, and many special things in the Indian education system. Bharat is the civilization guided by Sanatan Dharma. It is the path from untruth to truth, from darkness to the light, from death to immortality. Bharat is the land of saints. They have guided us with their wisdom, and the purpose of life is defined into the four पुरुषार्थ, और वो चार पुरुषार्थ हैं अर्थ, धर्म, काम और मोक्ष, which balance the life and the journey. Bharat is the land of knowledge and wisdom. The world's first university was founded in India in 600 BC, Takshila. 6 lakhs Gurukul prevailed and existed and flourished in this land of saints. Every village had a Gurukul that time. There was a very systematic way of learning, and learning was not only for livelihood, but it was also for life. Bharat, the land of particular spectacular architecture. You can see so much of the architecture here, the monuments, and these cover vast science and technology, reflect the richness of the culture. The land of arts and skills. It is the land of precious metals and jewels, land of rich culture, land of dances, festivals, celebrations, music, biodiversity, the land of Ayurveda, yoga, and surgery. And I'm talking about thousands of years ago. All these have been flourishing on this land. This subcontinent enjoys seasons, 6 seasons, and 32 climate zones. Whatever you can think of can be grown in this land. We are privileged with dozens of main river and hundreds of substream rivers of these rivers, and our civilization flourished along the banks of Ganga, Yamuna, Narmada, Tapti, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Mahanadi. In ancient villages were self-sufficient. They had their own education system. Nobody was unemployed. People have enough to live a meaningful life. Bharat is the land of scientists, thinkers, and saints. Bharat was the Vishwaguru, the inventor of concept of zero. And the zero did not appear just out of the blue. It came from deep thinking, came from deep realization. And the Vishwaguru had led other civilizations of the world to realize the meaningfulness in the life. There was zero unemployment, zero level stress, and zero waste. And you will slowly see in coming slides that these are the major issues of current time. The basics of nature, that zero came from the circular cosmic motion, solar system, our planets, all you see these circles, circle of life from seed to the fruit, back to the seed. Nucleus and electrons, they are in a circular motion. And nature is perfect with it makes, it uses, it reuses, it remakes, it recycles, and with the zero waste. And that is the wisdom behind Indian philosophy and Indian system in our past. The whole life was full of meaningfulness. When you are learning, education is the purpose, but it is guided by dharma. Your calm, desires, purusarth, it is guided by dharma, and that leads to moksha. Education, economy, ecology, and enlightenment, these e to the power 4 made life in our system in Bharat fulfilling and meaningful. There is a purpose of this life, and that is attaining the moksha. Now things have changed since then. India had changed, and you see this beautiful picture of sun rising at the backdrop, and person is singing song on a bullock cart in a lush green backdrop. And another, India had changed for urbanized habitats and these high-rise buildings with smoky background, and in a room of 10 by 10 by 10 feet, we spend whole day in air condition that consumes a lot of energy, and at the end of the day, we are depressed. Have we changed for good or bad? It can be debated, but there are the facts which I'm going to talk about and what went wrong when we see these two pictures. It is the industrialization, urbanization, enormous use of energy that polluted the environment, and together population increase in the mobility that polluted air, water, food, and soil. Oceans are polluted. Heap of waste you can see outside these urban centers, or health is jeopardized. Extreme weather events are frequent, and biodiversity endangered, leading together to the climate change and global health issues. This is not only limited to Bharat, but Bharat is also one of the bigger center for health issues and facing the climate issues as well. The darker side of this industrialization is founded on its method or its whole strategy of something, taking it, making something out of it, using it, disposing it, and at the end polluting it. Now in this picture you clearly see that there is no this circle cycle is not completed. So exploitation of natural resources has taken place over the centuries. Use and throw culture has propelled creation of waste, pollution, and leading to unsustainable cancerous growth. And this darker side cannot be ignored. Whatever glittering we see today does not mean that it is gold. We have to scrutinize, and that's why we are talking today. We are sitting here, and that will be done by the sort of education. India's foremost environmental sustainability threats today is urbanization. Haphazard development is happening all across the continent, all across the India. We see our rivers are polluted. Ganga is polluted. Air pollution and photochemical smog. You cannot see this gateway of, India Gate here. And our fields are poisoned with chemicals, toxic chemicals, on the name of green revolution. Let me give you one example of Ganga. It emerges from pristine Himalaya, wonderful, beautiful at Rishikesh, and the pollution it begins at Haridwar. When it reaches Kanpur, it becomes the mud pool, and at Prayagraj, all the sewage is coming into the Ganga. Ganga has been polluted. We could not save our Ganga. Our Delhi is suffocating with suffocating due to massive air pollution, and this air pollution is all across the Indo Gangetic Plain, where 850 million people are living and fighting for their breath to live. And this is massively due to the urban sources, which are vehicles, the symbol of development. And this development is leading to choking of our breaths, poisoning of our water bodies, poisoning of our fields, and poison on our plates. These heaps of waste outside these urban centers is a trouble. And urbanization of India, I think, is a major wrong step. There is something we need further. On the name of green revolution, we have gone for monocropping. We have really moved out from the sustainable path of Indian agriculture, and that was diversified crop and agriculture, where there was a crop rotation and things. Look at the state of Punjab, which has become the cancer belt. People are growing wheat, and after that paddy and wheat, this cycle goes on round the year. They're burning the waste, leading to climate change, poor quality, visibility, adverse health effect, food security. Green revolution has a black future, actually, because of the rising population, increase in food demand, and increased crop production. All together is going to put a lot of stress on the earth. And with these chemical fertilizers and more of these toxic poisons, we have really a black future in a way. And all these are leading to the warming of the climate, and that is leading us to something, a dead end. Let me take a pause and invite our other speakers to share their thoughts on the current situation.
Ravi Kant ji, whom would you like to invite? Because you have to moderate now further.
Gaurav Srivastava, kindly reflect how you think that there was ancient India, and now we have these symptoms we see across our country.
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks for the very nice presentation. It was very illuminating. I took some notes, and let me share some of my thoughts. So, going back to the ancient,
I think Srivastava ji, you have to close your video because your audio is not coming properly. The audio is not coming properly.
Oh, it is still not coming properly.
I'm feeling it's not coming.
Let me close my video.
For a while, let's try it out if possible. If possible.
All right, let's try it out. Otherwise, I'll close my video.
Yeah.
So, Ravi, I think the example, the description you gave for Indian education system, traditional education system, that is very relevant in today's context. And this beautiful tree that you depicted, with the trunk being the core values of India and the branches being the various learning outcomes. That was a very good way to visualize our education philosophy. One additional thing which I have often noticed is that even today, the common man in India, he or she seems much better informed than the common man I see elsewhere. It is as if there is this क्या कहा जाए उसे, एक संस्कृति, एक अविरल धारा है जो अभी तक चली आ रही है, और वो कुछ इस तरीके से हमने, हमारे पुराने ज्ञानियों ने लोगों को शिक्षा दी कि वो सिर्फ स्कूल तक सीमित नहीं थी. स्कूल, आउटसाइड ऑफ स्कूल, थ्रू folk tales, through folk songs, through festivals, there was a very wide way in which we dissipated Indian values, what is good in life, to our countrymen. And everything in India, if you look at the Indian art, it was geared towards certain values. Art was a means to take a man to a higher plane. Same about our drama, our stories. So these various means, they are very interesting how outside of a formal education system we can provide these values to a lot of folks in the country. So that was one thought I wanted to bring forward. At the same time, I think we have to see, again, it is Indian philosophy. There is a concept of Neer, Kshir, Vivek. Just like in mythology, a Hans swan can differentiate between water and milk. Similarly, we have to pick up what is best from our ancient systems and what is good in the modern systems. So one thing which I want everyone to think about is, what exactly did we lack? Where did things go wrong? Because we had a lot of wisdom, but why didn't we discover a theory of relativity? Why didn't we had a platform? Why didn't we build a plane or a rocket which would take us to the next level? Was advanced knowledge too restricted? Were some of our knowledgeable people, did they hoard the knowledge instead of disseminating it widely? What went wrong? That also I think we should think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for putting these forward. And I think we all need to ponder about these things. Whether how you think about ancient India had a system which we think today was more meaningful, fulfilling, and somehow more healthier system compared to what we see today. Today's world, we have a modern world is facing its own problem. We have challenges today, despite some advancement in science and technology. How you reflect on these?
Yeah, I'll talk about it when I'm discussing in my when I'm doing the presentation for my talk, but I'll just reflect a little bit on it. The reason why, like for example, if we talk about the golden age of India, the golden age of India was the time when all the things which we boast about today whether it's in the field of science, agriculture, astronomy, literature, even religion for that matter. Everything comes from that period or before that. And what happened after that? The key word is colonization. I mean, after a certain time we were colonized and things were imposed on it. Certain levels of education got mixed. Before that, everything was indigenous. Everything, whether it is Karnataka, whether it's Kashmir, whether it is Bengal, it was all indigenous system where it was deep rooted. And so when something is deep rooted, it comes when compared to something which is imposed, it comes naturally. So that was the beauty of our system. And that's why, I mean, people always talk about Gurukul system, people always talk about this Vedic education, but the root of that is, I mean, if you look into the core of it, the key word is indigenous. That was indigenous, and that's why we could, like, when you are connected with something, creativity flows, and you can think of something which is not which doesn't come from copying or rote learning. So I think that aspect of indigenous aspect of our education system was the thing which was contributing to our creativity, which unfortunately we all know the history, so which was eclipsed by colonization in different forms, political, economical, in different creational also. So for example, like when we talk about, I have heard from my grandmother that there used to be before the British were here, we still have those in our family. There were saris which were made, and those could be, they were made in such a way that they could pass through a ring, and there was no technology. This was vocational training. Like, you were learning something in the village itself. There were families, they were going for education, normal education, like learning mathematics, geography, etc. But at the same time, there was something indigenous. There was something, a family of weavers would train their students. So that is something which we have lacked. And now what we are focusing is on learning only for livelihood. And I think that's where the problem lies. So we have to go beyond that, and we have to get out of this Macaulay system, where the system just wants to get a bunch of babus, and just to do secretarial work, you need to know ABCD 1 2 3 basic mathematics for calculation, so that the empire can run. We don't need to run that empire now. We have to
Absolutely.
be
Absolutely.
Atmanirbhar and become a Vishwaguru.
Absolutely. Very well said, Veduri. And this is a thing probably most of us commonly share and agree that things went wrong. Same time when the industrialization was starting and this colonization is happening, these two things happen together, and sometimes we see the cause and effect in both of these. I see a lot of things went wrong because we are breaking this cycle, this circle of sustainability, the circle things. I would invite Dr. Vinay Gautam to share his views on these ancient Indian wisdom, and what we had and why we are having some trouble in the current times. You are muted. Vinay, you are muted. Vinay, you are muted. Yeah.
Sorry about that. So thank you very much. I would like to know how many minutes actually I have, so that I don't go.
You can take your time. You can take your time.
Well, I echo all of your opinions, and
We want to do with the subject. Take your time. We want to do justice with the subject.
yeah. So well, it's well known, and as all of you together with you, I do agree that something has happened, that our things has collapsed. And but I am kind of an optimistic person, and as you explained that everything runs in a kind of cyclic fashion, maybe India has its own destiny, and it might be that I'm not going to go and blame anybody that, okay, we might have done some mistakes, so yes, we are paying for that. But I think that we still have those remains of our great civilization, and our value system is still remaining in our society. There are problems, but for example, I would like to give an example that the social values that we have. For example, if a catastrophe comes in America, how would people behave as a society, and how the people, when there is a flood in Mumbai, how the people, Indians, actually behave to actually share the resources and to take care of their own people. I mean, this is something that we should feel proud of. It's not something we should be ashamed of. So there are certain strengths like this, but there are problems that we need to accept it, be systematic about solving them, and at the same time we should also accept that we are not existing actually in a vacuum. We are now in a global world, so we need to actually to face everything what it comes like at the face value. We should improve ourselves, we shouldn't doubt ourselves. Actually, we should manifest our values and work hard to actually find our rightful place in this global platform. And well, I'm not actually disappointed so much about. There are challenges, we everybody can see them, but I think we need to actually trust ourselves. We need not to be running behind money. For example, this is one of the problems. No matter how much talent you have, if you are running behind the money, you can't be creative thinker. You cannot discover something original. So then you need to be actually bold enough, even whether you are rich or poor, whatever the social status of the people should actually trust the strength that we have, the baggage, certain baggage. And I am optimistic that we will be there sooner or later.
Good. Very nice, very nice. Nicely you put out. And I think the next point in this discussion is like, okay, we had good past, and then Gaurav said that why didn't we invent rocket, or why didn't we invent plane, or something else which we see in modern time. So what happened to India in modern era? Why this has we are not performing what we have been doing? So that is the point raised. Whether pointed out as we were working for to run the empire, and you said that there are something wrong, but we are not pessimistic about it, and we can fix it. Absolutely. I will take the second round to share some of my further thoughts on this, and I will continue my share the screen here and PowerPoint, and will go on. So yes, so we have had the past, and we have the present, and what is going to be the future. So we suggest we cannot go back the time we had, the golden time of India, but we had these foundation pillars. And that's why I say that there is a middle path, and this middle path is about health, it's about wealth, and it's about the wisdom. If we secure these three things in our action, and we take the information, the knowledge, the knowledge of modern nomenclature, we talk about atoms, we talk about molecular things, we talk about electronics and computers and so on. We use them for the life, but not use the life for them, and that is the middle path. So we have to develop our economy, but without destroying the ecology or taking the ecology parallelly. We have to create health, we have to create wealth, but not at the cost of health. We have to have the information, but we don't have to lose our wisdom. We have to go materialistically, do materialistically well without compromising at the morality, integrity, and honesty. And that is the middle path, I say. Now, as Vaidure said, that we were working for some empire. So after our, I will specifically say after independence, so during the colonial time, these gurukuls were probably wiped out largely because they were not registered, they were not aligned with the imperial thought process and so on. So the education came into the system and they lined up everyone, every child, every adult to give a job. And the job was for a fair selection, everybody has to climb this, pass the same exam. Now that was the mistake. I would say that was a crime. Whole education system, even today, even after independence, has been in the watertight compartment. Technology was one compartment, science was another, commerce was another, arts was another. And these were not talking to each other. The innovations cannot happen. Nature does not work in this way. We are the natural country. Education in watertight compartment was the biggest flaw of industrial education. We all were trained, we all have been trained even after independence for industrial, to run these industrial society. And that is still the problem. I want to ask this question. Have you thought that why, for whom you are working? We are working for the industries today. We are not working for the society. We are not working for the life. We are not working for living, coexisting, and for happiness. We are working for industries. And this education system, the government system, have been designed for industrial education. We have to overcome this obstacle, this taboo, this blockage in our mind. We have to educate ourselves for life, and livelihood is integral part of it. Education is all about becoming human. If you are human, you will be happy, you will be compassionate, you will be loving. Achieve relative success, strength, livelihood, dignity, liberty, happiness, and self-realization. And most important one for everyone is the coexistence, and that is cooperation and being unharmful. You cannot become a doctor today without a degree, but there were doctors without degrees. And this is because today becoming doctor is dangerous. Doctor becomes so powerful they can kill anybody by giving wrong drugs. So there is, like, you to get this education, this degree in very watertight compartment, you are able to you are not able to do the justice to the life. And the vision and direction of education must include siksha, education, but also the knowledge of involuntary, natural, and civil sciences, but the vidya or the wisdom of independent decision. And that is what the youth is lacking today. New Indian education policy must include this quality, this training in education system, where youth should be wise enough to make choices, take independent decision, and then search for the self. That is the realization why one is working for what. And it should come through emotional development. It should come through physical labor, which is very important part missing. I think I come from very rural background, from farming family, and we see that जो बच्चे पढ़ने जाते हैं उनको काम नहीं करना है. And that is the first thing that has come into Indian education system. That hard work, manual labor is against anti the intellectual work. And I think that is the mistake. That is the problem. It should go hand in hand. And that वो चहुमुखी विकास, बहुमुखी विकास के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है. And then critical thinking, experience, expression, these should be integral part, even in the higher education system. Why this manual labor is not part of education? Manual labor is very essential part of your wellness, health, and both mental and physical health. I will stress on this point. So holistic education, the view that I want to give is the Ya Vidya Sa Vimuktaye, a meaningful, fulfilling, self-realized life. And it has, like, it can have core academics, it has to have emotional development programs, it has to have trainings for critical thinking, conflict resolution skills, formation of character, healthy social skills, manners, and hand-on lessons. That is the wheel of holistic education. And it has to be, education cannot be just, education is one department, one thing, and that has nothing to do with the rest of the thing in the world, in the society, in the nation. And I don't think so. This model has to be synergistic. Education has to do with ethics, it has to do with economy, it has to do with ecology. And when one wheel rotates, your ecological system should be such that it imparts education. Education system should be such that it enhances the ecological development together. Your economical development go hand in hand. Your moral and character building is also happening together. That is education. Only merely passing the examination is not education, or getting the degree or the certificate. And exactly this type of education came into existence because we were working for imperial system. We were working for someone else. And the mistake that happened after independence, that leaders did not realize that we don't have to ape what has been during the British time. We don't have to ape what they are doing. We have to see our India, we have to understand our India in our own way. And we can go molecular level, we can go at the computers, at the rocket science work, whatever it is needed for the society. It is not necessary that you have to build a rocket to be happy. If you are happy without rocket, I think it is very much fine. As a nation, it's a very diverse nation. We are privileged with that, and we can do wonders. We can build so many models that even if one model fails, other model will work for India. And we have to realize that education is the foundation of the society. Humans have different nature, and then we learn. Education for making the world better. And world is not becoming better primarily because we are working in watertight compartment, and we think that our property, our sampatti is our goal of life. And we are not creating the sampada, the wealth. And here I have just example of contrast pictures. But this sampada and sampatti should be part of discussion in education, should be part of training in education. This realization has to come that we have to build this world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has to be lived, and education should be part and parcel of the holistic education. And new education policy should thrust on these. Now, today we talk about fourth industrial revolution, kind of education system that. And in India, if you look back, we are still in the first industrial revolution. So industrial revolution has happened, it has its own purpose, and people drove this industrial revolution, maybe corporates or the governments or the different nations drove this path, how this industrial revolution or the industrial society should evolve. We are evolving into, and education is a very important role here. Now, if you talk about Finland, they are maybe talking about fourth industrial revolution. They are talking about development of whole person. We were talking development of whole person in the ancient time, in the Gurukuls. चरित्र निर्माण एक शिक्षा का अभिन्न अंग था. गुरु के साथ शिष्य का संबंध एक अभिन्न अंग था. माता पिता के साथ एक अभिन्न अंग था, समाज के साथ क्या व्यवहार करना एक अभिन्न अंग था। और गुरु कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं होता था, गुरु तो वो होता था जो आपको जमीन से उठा करके मुक्ति के द्वार तक ले जाता था। He was the facilitator, and we were never examined like mug and puke styled, or we were not graded what you have written on a paper in 2 hours or 3 hours or 5 hours. Our learning was lifelong, and this is what they are talking about, fourth industrial revolution. So new education policy has taken, government has taken some very hard efforts to write this education policy again and bring something which is more aligned with fourth industrial revolution, education needed for that. But I will emphasize again that this we had already in our system. So that is what, and with these modern tools, we can get this education anytime, anywhere, in any device. But there is still one more thing I would like to add to this, that is not complete education. Education for the life will come with another human beings. We need gurus, we need teachers, we need another human beings. Learning from dead things like computers will not make you human. You have to develop compassion. If you are not compassionate, you are not educated, you are not realized. These things cannot be missed out. And then some of the slides before I close this my part today, I will walk through that. In this new education system, new education policy, one of the things which I thrust a lot, that India has to unurbanize. India has to go back to its villages. In last 30 years, I have seen people running from villages, making slums in urban areas. And this is how these urban areas evolved into. But it should be reversed. We have to create the avenues for employment. We have to transform these rural areas based on our wisdom, our previous values. New policies should make the conducive environment for the holistic rural transformation. And one of them is organic farming. Nobody wants to eat poison. Nobody wants to drink poison. So we have to really transform our rural India into something blissful place to live. The future of India lies in its villages. And I say that as the charkha was the symbol during the freedom struggle of India, organic farming is the symbol for ATMA-NIRBHAR BHARAT. If we say that we have to establish all the food related industries in rural areas, no place for them in urban areas, India will have massive transformation in its villages. Organic farming, government has to ban all the poisons that are sprayed on our mother earth. That is the one bold step current government needs to take. And organic farming must prevail, for it will certainly cut down the budget, health budget of India. It will cut down many problems, unemployment problems of India. I mean, in rural India, environment is still good. We have to really make them better. And there are a lot of things that we have to take care. So since independence, we have given a lot of thrust on green revolution. We are increasing our food demand, and that this food demand, increasing our crop production to meet the food demands. And I have done a simple calculation. India needs 2,000 million tons of food for its population for 1 year. I mean, sorry, India produces 2,000 million tons of food every year. And the current need of India is around 500 million tons. So we are already producing. Why we need to spray these chemicals and things? And We are going for high productivity, low quality, monocropping, cruelty on ecosystem, slow poisoning, health pandemics and premature deaths are already happening. And this is happening to support urbanization because people don't grow their food in urban areas. This population should slowly go back in their own roots. And government should thrust the development of villages which are more eco-friendly. There is plenty of land. They have to reshape it and stop the sale of poisons in the country. And it should be part of education. It should be part of education how to do organic farming. Traditionally, India is a country of farmers, and it was Atma-NIRBHAR. These cottage industries in villages were very much in synergy with organic farming. We have to stop this, and we don't have to use chemicals and genetically modified seeds. One example, I was doing this organic farming, organic vegetable project this year. We find that when we purchase seed from outside, from the stores, and we sow them, 50% of them invariably get disease. We are losing our seeds, and seeds are key to the life. So we have to preserve our seeds. Our indigenous seeds must be preserved, and government has to make this part in education system. And these chemicals go in our food, water, air, everywhere, and they create a lot of damage to our health. These pesticides are cancerous, they are damaging liver, nervous system, and so disrupting our hormones and so many things. And food should be the medicine. If government thrust on this, better food, less medicine, and all your medicine that is required to you should be supplied only through the food chain. So the economy through ecology, economic development of should be through organic farming, and this should come into our education policy. Actually, these values, so you have lower investment in organic farming, you have good yields, low external inputs, ecosystem edge balances, soil fertility increases, your ecosystem goes up, safe product, good food, good health, ensure food supply, and economically viable for rural people. I mean, housing is not that costly in rural areas compared to you go in Delhi or Bombay or those areas. Unimaginably high cost. So we have to bring now with the use of science and technology, information, you can have internet, you can have good roads and electricity. Villages are up on the ramp. And so make villages education hub, make villages wellness centers of food production, recreational centers, hotspot for tourism. And that is what India is awaiting for, to make this a beautiful country again, get rid of all this heaps of waste and all crap outside the cities and the smoggy backdrops of the atmosphere around. We have to move to villages, and organic farming is the key. And it has to be circular, and it will be circular once we come into the life cycle. We have good seasons, 32 agroclimate, villages, human resource, cow culture, belief, faith, we have so many strengths, low energy lifestyle. But we are aping the West. We are aping something which we are not supposed to ape. भारत को अपने स्वाभिमान पे गर्व होना चाहिए और आत्मविश्वास होना चाहिए कि हम पुनः अपने तरीके से परिभाषाओं को गढ़ेंगे, हम दूसरों की परिभाषाओं को नहीं लेंगे, और इन परिभाषाओं के आधार पे विश्व गुरु भारत का निर्माण होगा. हमारे लिए बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी हैं, and opportunities are that we can provide safe food, reduced health budget, better health, sustainable development, enhance employment, energy self-reliance will come from organic farming. So there are some threats that include climate change, corporates, politics, and vested interests. We have to be really aware of these, that whatever you do, people still want to sell poison. Whatever you do, people still want to spray chemicals and grow these food using toxins and so on. So government has to take those measures, have a clear and strong watchdog on these things. So there are opportunities. This is probably the last slide. I would say one of the last slides, and then education for startups, education for FPO, education for corporate, education in the areas of health that should link to organic farming. So it is a very much many things packaged in one packet basically. And bio-based clothing, bio-based materials, building materials, sustainability sciences, fertilizers, dairy, energy, food sciences, all that are very much overlapping with organic farming. And then our villages will become wonderful place to be there. And social justice and those things will naturally fall. Lot of those social evils in India, we talk about casteism, we talk about communal riots and things. These will solve automatically if we just come into this. So this should become part of our holistic education package that we are going to deliver for younger generation. And it's not about younger generation alone, but it is also for lifelong learning. We have to strengthen this field. And I think government is taking some steps. So still this traditional organic farming doesn't have to go into the what do you say, normal in this watertight compartment. It has to connect with information technology, it has to connect with molecular science, it has to connect with philosophical, social, art and craft and so on. So it has to go in hand in hand with other departments, other areas altogether. Thank you very much for listening to me, and then I will stop sharing these slides and invite our panelists to comment on these. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji. It was wonderful, such a detailed kind of holistic, you have given the entire thing and the entire circle, what you have given, that is something very important. Now I'll take on some quick takeaways and thereafter I'll come back to you. Let me, Dr. Vaidurya. Dr. Vaidurya, I'm going to say, what do you need in the new education policy 2020, which is coming through now in India? And today we are focusing on, let's take it, higher education. Because there's a school education, there's a higher education. And you people are abroad in different countries, and particularly Indian diaspora, our non-resident Indians, our brothers and sisters and others. I would say from your side, when we look into this new education policy, and Government of India for the first time, something very interesting like Dr. Ravi Kant ji was showing. So now arts, commerce, science, technology, all barriers have been removed. Everything is in one way. Number two, MPhil has also been removed from India. After 4 years of your studies, you can straightway go for your PhD if you want to do. 100 top universities from abroad are being invited to India. 100 top universities, those are interested to set up campuses in India. How do you look at the whole thing? And what do you think that NRIs can contribute towards India's education system?
So thank you, Dr. Sharma, for this question, and thank you, Dr. Pathak, for a very nice insight. I would like to start with the slide where you compared Sampada and Sampatti. Like we are focusing on Sampatti and we are forgetting Sampada. There's one point which I particularly like about this NEP is the vocational thing, and which I talked about. So we are living in an age where people need to, when we can't ask people to do things just for the sake of philosophy. They have to feed their families, they have to have a living, and everything has to happen. And for this, I got a term out of your slide. It can happen through this national education policy can be very helpful if we talk about sampada se sampatti. From the diversity, if we create sampatti, not like, we have to showcase our sampada, the diversity, as a means, because as it was in the earlier times, for example, a potter, for example, a kumhar. So he knew, he knew different types of soils, and from each soil he knew what I have to make, so he knew that from that sampada he could make sampatti out of it. So that kind of a knowledge has been lost. And coming to Dr. Sharma about what NRIs can do, I'm not particularly sure what NRIs can do, because this has to come from, again, if you take from NRIs, what we can do is we can comment as outsiders what we are seeing. Like, for example, I have stayed in countries which are non-English speaking countries, and what I could get from them, which I will talk about when I'm discussing and I'm showing my presentation, is that if you look at the advancement of science, it is much different from what we are. Like, people say, like, we need, like, many people you will hear say, like, vouching for English education. Like, then I have a question, because I have stayed in Japan for 4 years, I've stayed in Czech Republic for almost 3.5 years, and for last 4.5 years I'm in Germany, and the education system is not at all English based. It is based on Japanese, Czech language, or German, and still we have people who come out with a lot of innovation. So the key is mother language, for example. So the two things which in today's context, which I really like about and which I can connect with the NEP are like sampada se sampatti, and the second thing is mother language. This is what I would like to comment on.
With regard to mother tongue, a lot of emphasis has been given on the new education.
Yes, exactly.
Everybody has welcomed that idea in the new education policy in a very big way. Okay, let me just
very nice.
Just come to Gauravji. Gauravji, what comes to my mind now, technology is playing very important role, right? And you people are the saviors, because had technology not been there, to be very frank, during this pandemic, there would have been lots of difficulty. And we are also talking to each other today in the different countries, in the different time zones, and with the different kind of facilities. But technology is connecting us, all of us, wherever we are. So Google is playing very important role in education. We have got Google certification, Google teacher training program. You have got Google students program. You have got Google schools program. You have got Google college programs. There's so many things that coming in education from the Google side. And recently, Google has signed some contract also with the Ministry of Education, Government of India, in a very big way to move forward. And I personally feel, when I have seen from our chamber, we have encouraged that our teachers should be Google certified level 1, level 2, level 3. And that is the way, because, and thereafter we found, because basically, if you do not know the basic technical know-how and technology, it's very difficult. So how do you look at, from the Google, how do you look at the technology's role in new education policy? Already, of course, we are experiencing during pandemic what is going on. But further, how do you see the journey, technology-wise?
Gulshan, I think this is a very good question, and this is something actually I was about to discuss in my comments to Dr. Pathak's excellent presentation. So, in one very important way in which technology has made a difference, and especially Google, is that information is very easily available now. Information is very cheap. And if you look at a lot of traditional education, I mean, not the education in Gurukuls, but the education that has been imparted in last 40-50 years, across the world. A lot of it has been about feeding information to kids and to young adults. Now that information is available by typing something on Google search. So I think we need to cut down some of that information overload in our education and instead focus on wisdom, which cannot be given by Google search. So something like the synergistic model, which Dr. Pathak was mentioning, that could be one way, giving broader exposure to kids, letting them deal in real life situations. Those are developing the emotional quotient, the EQ, the emotional quotient in our engineers and our academicians, uh, our doctors and lawyers. I think those are the things maybe we should focus on more. Uh, the information is available on Google search, it is available in online courses, in a lot of places. So I think that is how we should adapt to the new technology. And I think it also ties into what Dr. Sahi was mentioning about education in mother tongue. I'm completely for it, and my feeling is that we are probably losing at least 2-3% of GDP in India every year. My back of the envelope calculation, and we are deepening social inequality by making sure that English is the way to prosperity. Those poor kids, I mean, even now, 90% of India is not conversant in English, and these children from these families, they are focusing more on English. Even poor parents, they want to send their children to English medium schools because most of the resources are available in English. Most of the way forward is in English, and by doing that, that mental space which had to go into learning math, learning science, that space is going into just learning one language. So I think that is another area where technology can make a big difference. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi also said, let a few people learn English, for others, let translation be easily available. Now he visualized it in terms of experts in English language who would translate into Indian languages. Now technology can enable it much more readily. So let us make these translators available. Let us enable kids to learn the best of the world in their own mother tongue. Let us teach them English. Let them be masters in English. But let us impart these skills in the way they understand best through the help of technology.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Vinay, everybody quotes an example of Finland. Whenever you talk about education, everybody talks about Finland. Everybody. Whenever any example is to be quoted anywhere and all. And when you are in Finland over there, what is your experience? Are you visiting any institutions at your own? And when you go and visit them, what difference do you find over there? What do you find over there, the difference?
Well, thank you very much for this question. And I think I actually also hear quite a lot about Finnish education, but when you are inside the country, actually, you can feel how the education system has actually uh, made these the citizen, like Finnish citizen, Finnish people here, and how in the behavior, in their work style, the way they work, and the way their organizations are actually human centric. So this is very good question, and if I have a time, I can perhaps throw a little light to their education, like how the framework is it.
Sure.
So like in this new education, Indian education policy, fantastic. I think I really liked it, and it's incredibly very, I think, scientifically designed, and the things have been really taken care of in case be systematically implemented. So Finnish education system basically has like 1 to 5 years. This is preschool education, which is like kindergarten. And then from 6th, actually, for 10 years, they do this comprehensive schools. And then there are two actually parallel paths. So one goes to, after this high school, one goes to university, and another goes to this vocational schools, vocational training school, that you may compare them with our polytechnics in India. Yeah. So, but the nice thing is that there is a crossover between the two. So, for example, a guy who goes to this senior secondary school for 3 years, and another one who goes to this vocational school, and at the end of this course, actually, if the vocational one realizes that, okay, no, he has performed very well, and there is a very nice evaluation criteria, then he can actually switch to the university for this, some more science-oriented education, engineering, and research from this vocational. And if he don't, then he actually follows this, then the bachelor degree in this vocational, and then master's degree, but there is no PhD, although they are now including more research-oriented things also in this polytechnic, this vocational. But what's great about, I mean, this is a bit personally asking question to the professors here and Finnish students because of my interest in the education. Actually, the great thing is that the relationship between student and teachers is actually very personal. So the teachers, for example, if you go to leave your kid to a kindergarten, there is a very personalized treatment. Like the teacher will come and will explain you what has happened in the day with your kid. So this is something that's actually keeps you in confidence, and it gives you, like, it's very individualized, like personalized. So starting from the very early education, like kindergarten, then they have built up it, like teachers, through the teachers training, that teachers are actually trained in such a way that they take care of the students on a personal level. It's just like the Gurukuls works. For example, the gurus actually used to know every shishya by his name and by his qualities, by his character and his capabilities. That's how they shaped actually these students to the pinnacle of knowledge and excellence, mixed with this liberation philosophy, which is amazing. I mean, from Indian perspective. But here, coming to this Finnish, actually, I think they are very systematic country, and the systematic country have been actually this. I think it has evolved by the way of the systematic education. They have the research backing for everything, so nothing goes without the well researched. So everything is thoughtfully curated, and continuously they adopt. For example, these Gaurav as was saying this about the languages. I think, well, they are nice example. They follow this 3 languages pattern. So one is their Finnish, in which they do everything, and then they are also good at English, and one another language, European. So why not India can afford 3 languages? I mean, the NEP policy is dealing with this. So yes, fantastic.
Yeah, NEP has got 3 languages.
Yes, that's the nice. I think the rational approach, and India should actually go on this route. One, the mother tongue of the kid at very early stage, because most of the nervous system of humans, by research, is established that at the very early stage it develops. It's very malleable and flexible when the neurons connect. So at this stage, if a student is like a child is confused between the languages, for example, he is not able to build the physical model into his neural system, then actually his learning and connecting to the realism and thought process, it actually impedes as he goes to the higher schools. So it is actually encouraged worldwide, and it's scientifically actually backed that the early stage education must be in the mother tongue. No compromise on that. So yeah,
That is coming in the new education policy. We must appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have one comment to make on the use of mother tongue in education.
Please.
See, the education policy does emphasize on it. But the fact is that the population follows the elites. And today, the elite of India, their kids don't know any language apart from English. So that is what the common people of India would follow. So, I mean, for Indian languages to survive and
Gauravji, Gauravji, I was so happy to get your vocal cords so nicely. And then all of a sudden something happened that you have left me in abeyance. Uh, okay, I was telling Dr. Sahi, you wanted to share your presentation. I think by the time I get him back,
Yes, sure.
you can just share your presentation, because let's have it quickly, so that let's go over to, because otherwise we will be deprived what is happening in Germany, because all the treasure which you are carrying all the way from Japan and then from there to Czech Republic and now to Germany, we want that you should share your treasure with all of us this evening.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would again like to thank you, Dr. Sharma, and for organizing this. And thank you, Ravi Kant ji, for having me here, because had it not been for you, I would have not known it. So I would like to start
Our
with
pleasure.
this. Let me briefly introduce myself. I was born and brought up in Allahabad, which is now Prayagraj, and so I had a very I could connect when I read Gautam ji's profile that he is from Triple IT Allahabad, so there was some connection. So but basically my ancestral village is in a place called Tamkuhi, which is in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and we come from a traditionally agricultural family. So and this is a belt where people speak Bhojpuri and a mix of I mean, in Allahabad they speak Awadhi, but in Tamkoi it's a belt of Bhojpuri speaking people, where it is deep rooted with agriculture culturally. And as you can see in this picture, this is a picture from one Bhojpuri artist. He's a teacher, art teacher in an inter college in Bihar actually, but he has been like, you know, trying to revive this, just like people are doing Madhubani art. And this is a Bhojpuri art, and you can see in this art it reflects a lot of things which happen, you know, in the society. For example, there are women who are harvesting, and then there's a woman which is, like, you know, watering a tulsi plant. This reflects on the biodiversity and the agricultural importance, and the importance of biodiversity, plant biodiversity in day-to-day life. So this is I'll come to it, like why what is the importance of this. This is where it comes, sampada se sampatti, like what I got from Pathak ji. We are focusing on sampatti and forgetting about sampada. We can reverse it actually. We can use sampada for getting sampatti, and then when we do that, then probably it will be a more holistic and a more sustainable system, because then people, you know, they will earn something out of it, and that's how they will, you know, this will be more enhanced and more conserved. So now the question is, like, you know, as I said earlier, like I have lived in countries which are non-English speaking countries, and if you compare, and when you are forced to compare, like what happens, all these countries where I have lived are much smaller in area and of course in population than than India. So for example, but what is the output? For example, let us use this. Although I do not believe that Nobel laureates or getting a Nobel Prize should be a hallmark. I do not believe in that. But it is just, I'm using this example just to, you know, so that a common person can understand. For me, getting a Nobel Prize is not because there have been people before who have done enough work. They did not get Nobel Prize doesn't mean that they did not contribute to the society. That is, here I'm just using the example of Nobel laureates to bring out a certain point. So now look at Japan. It has 25 Nobel laureates. Czech Republic, it's a very small country, but still 6. Germany 110. And what is common in all these countries? they are all non-English speaking countries. So there's generally people say like, you know, language is politicized a lot. So people start saying, you know, English nahi bolenge, English nahi padhenge, to fir aage kaise badhenge. So here is an example. Everyone is moving forward. Like all these non-speaking English speaking countries are, you know, advancing in science, and no one can compete, for example, with Germany or Japan in technology. Like they are on the forefront, you know. So that thing, yes, I am not against English speaking. It is because of English that we are talking and we are communicating. But then we have to understand that English should be focused more as a language of communication than being used as a test to judge your intelligence, because this is what is happening in our society. As earlier Gauravji was saying, that the elite, so it has become like you are educated in a convent school, which many of us are, and then even if you do not have enough knowledge of science and mathematics, and you say, you know, you can speak in English, oh, he's intelligent. That aspect has to go. You know, this is something which is also a problem in our system, and this, I think, will be taken care by the new mother language policy point in the NEP. So this is a very good thing. That's why this is like, you know, it's going to break a lot of notions about intelligence, if I can put it in quotation marks. So, and that was one thing. So what is another thing which is common about their education system? They focus on mother language. So English is not the language. They do not say, you know, start learning A, B, C, D. They start from Bursa, like in German, for example, Bursa, da, or like in the Japanese alphabet. So the English comes later. Focus is on mother language. Also, this is important because I mean, there has been research about, you know, I'm not a person of who has done research on education, on pedagogy, but what I have read and what I can say is, for example, learning mathematics, you have to understand that in our system what we do is we are forcing children many times whose mother language is not English to learn mathematics where the textbooks are in English. You know, mathematics in itself is an abstract language. It's a very complicated thing, and panelists like Vinay Gautam, they will agree to me that it's, I mean, imagine if mathematics is taught in a simpler language, in a language where they do not have to translate it twice. You know, mathematics in itself is a language, and it's a very abstract language, you know. So you are being taught mathematics in a non-mother tongue, which makes a child, you know, he has a burden. I can talk for myself, for example. Maybe if I would have, or many of us have a phobia for mathematics, and that probably comes because we do not understand mathematics. So if that is taken care through mother language and explained, a lot of problems can be solved. One reason why this is happening is, as I said earlier, the mathematics was not, I mean, we were the country where from for example, from Shaivism we got the concept of shunya, which actually comes from Shaivism. So we used it for algebra, for mathematics, and then suddenly it stops. It doesn't. It's not because that we have degraded in our intelligence or in our mental capacity. What has happened is that the system has been a particular kind of system has been imposed on us, that you do mathematics only for running the empire, which is the Macaulay system. You know, you need to know enough so that you can, you know, run the offices. That's all. So that has to be broken so that we can really, the creative flow can come back. So now, like what happened in India, like what we were discussing earlier. So what has happened in India can be understood when we talk about these questions. So like, for example, when was the golden period of India? So that was like around before 500 AD. So, you know, and what were the achievements of the golden period? So the achievements were in the field of mathematics, like for example, Aryabhat, medicine, Charak and Sushruta were there, who are like, I was for when I talk about Shushruta, I was once in Edinburgh and I was visiting this Royal College of Surgeons. They have a museum over there. And the first thing which they have in the museum is, that is also unfortunate, that they have the original text, on scripture, you know, on bark. And it's written father of surgery from India, Maharshi Shushruta. and this is like we feel very proud of it. But how many of us in India know about it? Like he's father of surgery. That's something which we need to. Everyone knows about Newton. Everyone knows about, you know, Einstein. But how many people know that Shushruth is the father of is acknowledged as father of surgery globally, and places like the Royal College of Surgery museum in Edinburgh display him very proudly. So similarly in agriculture, for example, we were far ahead. What Pathak ji is working on at his institute in India is a replica of what we had in agriculture. We were having such great knowledge of agriculture and agronomical practices, especially based on you know, our own local way of meteorological observations, which was based on stars and planetary, you know, positioning. So what happened then? We have economics, Kautilya, for example. I mean, these are Chanakya. These things, why were they happening in the golden period? Because, as again I come back, which I said earlier, because the mode of education, it was deep rooted, it was indigenous, it was not imposed. It was something with which a common person or the whole society was connected with. This was not nothing which was like, you know, you have to, it was not rote learning. People knew there were examples from around the society, around the, you know, where the villages or the towns which were there. So it was an inbuilt, it was a sustainable system. So then what happened? Why did the break happen? Again, the thing is colonization. I mean, colonization does not have to be, you know, just on an economic thing or a political thing. Colonization also happens on a psychological and a mental level. For example, the example which we talk about, like treating people who know English as superior than people who can speak Bhojpuri. This is a byproduct of that colonial hangover, which we still are carrying on still in today's India. So colonization is one of the reasons why this has happened. And now the question is, like, let us think of what we can do next. So a good thing which has happened is this NEP 2020, amongst all the you know, the negativity surrounding this corona and this COVID-19. We are facing a lot of negativity globally, but for India, I think this is something which has happened, which is like you know, which is something very good, I would say. Two reasons why I like it is the emphasis on local languages, having stayed outside India since 2008. And as I again emphasize, living in countries which were non-English speaking countries, I really understood the value of mother languages. Sometimes you need to get out of the system to understand the system. And this is what has happened. So when I went to Japan, I was meeting a professor, and he was a very senior professor. He came to my university to give a talk, and as usual, we were expecting that he would give his talk in English. He was a very senior person. He was a Nobel laureate, and then, you know, he started talking in Japanese. To support him, there was a translator. So the point is that he was, I mean, even being a Nobel laureate, he could not address PhD students in English. So it showed the importance of, like, you know, there was no inhibition, like I don't know English, or I am speaking in my mother language. So, and that comes from primary education. So this is the mother language thing is a very important thing, which I think will help to have a more sustainable education system in India. The second is this vocational knowledge and this, you know, indigenous knowledge, so which needs to be emphasized. Like, as I said earlier, like, for example, now everyone is after you know, is learning for livelihood. People are not learning for skills. Like in ancient times, why was it sustainable? Why did we you know, we exported a lot of things outside India, which was like, for example, cotton, textiles was one thing which India has exported since a long time. Silk, for example, silk of course came much later, but cotton was a very important trade commodity. Why? Because of the knowledge which Indians had developed, and the technical know-how of doing things. Ayurveda, for example, people know about it today, but for example, if you look at Persian scholars like Al-Biruni, who came to India, and they took this knowledge out of India, and there are a lot of the science of India is, if I'm not wrong, is the book in Persian which Al-Biruni wrote in something around 1100 or 1200 AD, where he talks about Ayurveda, about yoga, about agriculture system. So these things were our somehow the key things which made us famous and made us sought after by foreigners. But somehow, as Pathak ji was saying, that now a time has come where we are just blindly copying the West, and that has to stop. And to stop that, inculcation of these this knowledge which is based on indigenous things like traditional medical systems, traditional agronomical system, traditional heroes, for example, that will inculcate a sense of pride, a sense of confidence. So let us not use the word pride, because it might have negative impact, but confidence. It will inculcate a lot of confidence in people that yes, we don't have to look outside our system to find heroes. And by heroes, I do not mean actors and actresses. I mean real heroes, So this is also one thing which we have to understand, that today for us, hero is someone who acts, who is in a movie, or who's, in the film industry. Heroes are way beyond that. This is something which people have to understand. So we have to find heroes in amongst ourselves, and that will happen only when at a primary level. For example, when I went to my village in 2000, I think it was 2011. So it's a very small village, and there's a school over there, and I went just to pay a visit, and they asked me to talk to the students, and I asked them ki zero ka avishkar kahan hua tha, like I wanted to know like what they knew. So I said ki zero kaise pata chala ki zero hai, and none of them could. Someone said Newton, someone said Einstein, and then I was like even surprised that some of the teachers also did not know it. So I'm not here to blame anyone. What I want to say is that thing, like whatever mistakes have happened in the past, we should get over it, and we should find solutions. So we are sitting here to find solutions. So the solution can be found through these, what the NEP is offering through local, languages, local history, local technical know-how. That has to be added. Now, again, the next thing is ethical and value education. People get very upset when we talk about religion. So I have used a very neutral thing, which is ethics and value education, So which of course comes from also religion, we should not shy away from it. But to make it neutral, I call it ethical and value education. And that, we don't need to always talk about things which are, which come from very, complicated religious scriptures. One can use ethical and value education using local, examples, which can be from a village. For example, a village, we all know that there are many people, for example, who get this, bravery awards and stuff like this from on the Republic Day or on different national occasions. We could use those examples, to inculcate some kind of value education or ethical values in students, and that has to come at the primary level. And the last thing which I would like to say is about what next is skill versus profession. Like, what are we actually, because this is something very debatable, but still I wanted to bring it into the discussion. Are we going for skills, or are we just focusing that I need just this profession, I want this job, I want to be something? Or are we focusing on the skills? Because once we are able to, because there's a very thin line between the two, because of course you need skills to go to a profession, and for a profession you need skills. But a little bit of focus, if for example, if one focuses more on skills, it is bound, like you will get into a good profession, you will have a job. But it's not always necessary that if you focus all the time, like, okay, I need a job, you might get, deflected from getting, good skills. So one has to think about that. And of course, to have a holistic thing, we have to go local. And that is very important. So that was about a general point, and now I would like to come to what I am doing actually here, and how, like for example, plant science can be used as an example to show how this NEP can be, good and have a holistic educational policy. Should I go ahead, or should we have a small discussion? What do you?
Go ahead. Please go ahead. Do justice with your efforts, whatsoever you have prepared. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. So I would like to use this quotation of Goethe. Goethe was a great philosopher from Germany. I think many of you know about him, and he is one of those. Like for example, he wrote the Faust. His Faust is a very important drama, and many of us do not know that Goethe was a great German philosopher, and he was inspired by Kalidas. So he has mentioned it, and hardly people know in India know about this. He wrote a very nice book called the East-West Divan, where he's trying to bridge the East and the West. So he's one of those philosophers who has really appreciated Indian philosophy and Indian literature. So I wanted to quote him: the hardest thing to see is what is in front of your eyes, and this is what is happening with us in our villages, in our culture. We have so much of knowledge, and that is somehow because we sometimes need the tulsi and the haldi, turmeric, to get out of India, or for that matter, yoga. So yoga, when it goes out and then comes back to India, it becomes, yoga becomes yoga, and then we start doing kapalbhati or exercises. So this is something which holds, this quotation holds very true for what we are facing in our society now, because we are unable to see the good things which are there in and around us, and we are just looking from an outside perspective, or looking outside to get inspiration. So the thing is, again, this is a repetition of what I have already said. So how to bridge the old with the new? So of course, one is incorporation of local knowledge in school curriculums, importance of local histories. One thing which is very important, and which I saw when I was, because I used to visit schools when I was in Japan. I would be invited by high schools and junior high schools to give talks about India. So this was a voluntary thing I was doing very regularly. So sometimes the Rotary Club or my university would ask me to go to some schools to give. And I learned a very important thing, that every school at a primary level, they would go on visits, local visits. For example, Pathak ji might be knowing this One Straw Revolution book by Fukuoka. Fukuoka was just from my city where I was doing my PhD, and I visited his farm. So students would be taken to his farm, very, very young students, like for example, 9 or 10 years, to look at the farm, how farming is done, how organic farming is being done, what is the difference between organic farming and the traditional farming system. So this is something which is like very important, like, doing something practical. Then explanation of ancient or knowledge or wisdom using modern tools. For example, biotechnology. Like we know turmeric. We have been using turmeric. Ayurveda talks about turmeric for a long time, but we can now use the curcumin. The curcuma, the curcumin which is there in turmeric. This is modern science. Modern science has helped us to find the compound which is there inside turmeric, which makes turmeric the golden powder, that is curcumin. So we can use modern technology, modern science, to explain our ancient wisdom. That would like connect or bridge the two. So then of course there's prioritization of our research goals. Now what do I mean by that? For example, Pathak ji was talking about organic farming and GM. So we have a lot. I mean, India has a lot in terms of biodiversity, and that is reflected in our villages. That is unknown to students. That is unknown. And see, as we can know something as adults only when, for example, we all know the story. I mean, not all, maybe many of us do not know, but most of us know the Ramayana. How do we did not? Of course, we know some of us grew in that phase when Ramanand Sagar's Ramayana was coming on Doordarshan. But most of us know Ramayana because we heard it as children from our grandmothers, from our parents, from this was told to us as children. Similar, and that's that's why we remember. So for us to understand Ramayana, we do not need a lecture. We might need, for the philosophical thing, we might need some, satsang, but otherwise we know the story. So similarly, these stories of biodiversity, about science, if it is taught at a young stage, at a young age to children, they do not need to be educated at a higher level. So these kind of knowledge should come at the basic, and that will help in the future to prioritize their goals. For example, if I know, I will come to that example in a few couple of minutes. For example, if I know that there's a particular rice variety which is very nutritional, very good, and I have been eating it as a child, and I know it, and from my local knowledge, from my school teacher has taught me, maybe when I become an agriculture scientist, I might think that, okay, why shouldn't I use it as a research material then, rather than creating something new? Or, things will be prioritized in my mind in terms of, for example, in this case, research. So to sum up this, we need to have for organic agriculture, we need to have an organic education system, which reflects more on application, which is based on work and learn, and which uses ITK, indigenous technical know-how, to explain modern science. Now, one very good example of, what I just said about unraveling the secrets of the past and using modern science to know about past, is a Nobel Prize. You know who this lady is? If not, she is the lady who got in 2015. She's from China. She got the Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine for artemisinin, which is used against malaria. And this knowledge was there in the traditional Chinese medicine. Now imagine, we have so much of knowledge in Ayurveda, and artemisinin is also used in Ayurveda for curing fever and kind of malaria. But this is a very good example of how a modern science has been used to bring out the science or the knowledge of the past. And that is possible only when from a very young age we start inculcating this indigenous or traditional knowledge in the students. That helps, because that builds the base for you. So this is one good example. And taking cue from that, the FAO has its sustainable goals, and one of them is to have future smart food. Now when the FAO, when these big names come, FAO, United Nations, we get very excited and we start taking it very seriously. We have these smart foods in India for a long time. We have this for ancient times. We talk about, for example, Pathakji will understand when I talk about linear, when I talk about taxonomy, linear was the one, and he worked in Sweden a lot. So he classified plants. We have in our system, for example, in our medical books of Charak and Shushruta, we have classification of plants which are based on functional aspects and also on their morphological aspect. And many of us, we do not know about it. So there is, now taking the example of this smart food, we are rich in this smart food. Now I'll give you an example of a rice variety which is mentioned in Ayurveda. And it's also mentioned in the Vedic text. It is called sati. The name sati originates from the Sanskrit term called shashtika. Shashtika means it matures in 60 days. This is grown in the Tarai region of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and this particular picture is from my grandmother's farm actually. So now there are points about it. If this is known to like, for example, I knew about it, and so I could use it in my research. And what are the things which I liked about, as an agriculture scientist, I need to work on use modern plant breeding techniques to enhance the yield. For example, this is a rice which is a short duration rice. Now because Sharma ji said that there are people who are from Mauritius also joining us. So people in Mauritius speak a lot of Bhojpuri and they'll understand what I'm going to say. In villages, there is a saying for sati. So jab barkha hoke raat din, tab sati paake 60 din. Means when the rains are falling for 60 days, or it's a metaphorical thing, of course. So when it's heavily raining and that helps the sati plant to mature in 60 days. So this is just one example where, you know, traditional, you know, proverbs or traditional folklore can help to, you know, get into the science of it. And that I had heard from, you know, people on the working on the farm, and from when I visited my village. So I thought about it when I was doing my master's, and then further presently also, that this could be a very good example of a rice cultivar which can be used for enhancing yield. So, you know, this is one thing which helps. And now coming to something, how some influence from outside can affect and break the, you know, break the system. For example, Sati Shashtika is mentioned in the Shushrut and Charak Samhitas for having a great importance or nutritional value. But when you know, in the time of Akbar, this Aine Akbari was written, and in Aine Akbari, this is not mentioned as a, you know, as a nutritional food. It is mentioned as a coarse grain, because the priorities have changed. The priorities have become that we need to focus on long grained rice, which is going to be used for biryani or for pulao, you know. So priorities change. So that is how things, when they come from outside, they influence, and then there's a break. Like earlier we were discussing how things, where the stop comes from, or how we lose our knowledge, or what happens that suddenly something is gone. So this is one example. Like using sati, I'm giving you an example of how things change. So it's a nutritional, I mean, in ancient India, where the golden period of India, which we refer to as, the texts refer to Shashtika rice or Sati rice as one of the most nutritious rices, one of the most rices which having therapeutic properties. And suddenly, after 500 years or 600 years or 800 years, for example, it is gone out of this, and it something else takes. So this is prioritization. So this is the kind of knowledge which needs to be re-imbibed in primary education, or not just primary, a little more than primary, I would say, to revive this knowledge, because we already have this knowledge system which is lost. Now, for example, we were talking about antiquity. So we can use, you know, with, like, for example, in our lab, we used certain genes, certain, you know, markers to find the, you know, how old this variety is. And to, like, for example, here we have this RC gene, which gives the red color to the rice. And you can see Basmati is white and Sati is red. It's a red rice. And that's why probably it is more nutritional, because it has anthocyanins and other phytochemicals. So we can use modern science to unravel the story of the past, you know, so to know so this is one example. So, and using that knowledge, you can really really make a new narrative. For example, we use these genes to make a, you know, a cluster to show how different rices can be clustered based on their evolution or not evolution, but domestication. So this is one way of doing it. Now, the second example, that was about rice, for example. And this is also one thing where I again come back, and this is a key term which I will be always using from now on. Sampada se sampatti. So now, if we are able to revive, you know, the sampada, the Sati sampada, the diversity which we have, and we try to you know, bring that knowledge or information and serve it on table from a very young age to children, they will understand, for example, the value of this, and that in a later stage, maybe someone might be interested of using it as their, you know, as a subject to do research or even marketing, for example. So sampada is very important, and if we use sampada as a base, then sampatti will be sustainable. Let me put it this way. Now, the other example is about moringa. Now, I mean, the three of us here, Ravi ji and Vinay ji, we all, when we go to the supermarket, you must have, especially in these bio shops, these bio organic shops, you will definitely find moringa powder, which is selling like hotcakes here in Europe. Now, you see, this is the range of products which we get in Europe of moringa. Even cattle feed, they are like, I know people who are using for fish, for animals, for even for dogs and fishes, they are using this moringa as a supplement. Now, this is something new, you know, and suddenly it has come into till now we all know that what is in Tamil it is called murungai. In Hindi we use sahjan, and we just use the fruit. Hardly anyone uses the bark or the leaves. I mean, very rarely you will hear anyone using this in a day-to-day life, but here people are using it, and we have been using this for a long time. But now what has happened is people have characterize different parts of the moringa plant. For example, the pods which are used as human food, the seeds which have a lot of economical benefits, because it can be used, for example, even the oil from it can be used for cosmetics. It is used as a water purifier, for example, and etc. So these are the things which the sampada is providing sampatti from, you know. So modern science has shown that, you know, it has more iron than this moringa leaves have more iron than spinach. It has more calcium than milk. And, you know, it is a very important source for all these things for this vegan society, which is here in India. But problem is, how many of us in India know about it? We don't. On the contrary, our Ayurveda, I have this book here with me. This is the Pakshas which I carry. This book is talking about moringa, which is used in as a, you know, against cold, against cough. The paste of the bark and as well as the leaf is used in skin diseases. The flowers are used for different therapeutic purposes. This is all there. This is all there in our knowledge. But how many of us know about it? Yeah, that's the question. And why we do not know about it, that's the second question. And that's where this indigenous knowledge and that's why this indigenous knowledge has to be incorporated in our educational policies, so that people know about it from an early stage, you know. So similarly, that was about humans. And for example, people know about the use of moringa for treating elephants, for treating horses, you know. So this was a very common thing in India. Like for animals, moringa was being used. And there are a lot of research papers which talk about the usage of different parts based on the nutritive properties of these. So there's a lot of things which have been done. But the problem is, now look at the problem. There are two maps here. So the first map is where moringa is prevalent. I mean, this is the area where it is cultivated, where the second one where moringa is grown and where it is. And the first map in red color is where malnutrition is there. And the funniest part is that moringa is today being sold in the parts which are, you know, the white parts, which are which do not have malnutrition. And why is this problem coming? Because there's a gap between the knowledge and between the indigenous knowledge and the policy, you know. So if people know about these knowledges, like what I showed in the Pakshas, for example, people know that it has to be given for particular treatments. It is good in rich in certain antioxidants. It is already there. People in those days, in that period, just like they knew about turmeric, but they did not know that curcumin is something which today we know. So similarly for moringa, at least if we inculcate, if we talk about it in our environmental science syllabuses, about the importance of these in agriculture sciences, like, you know, for mixed farming, for alley cropping, you know, there's this agroforestry. If we are able to, so it will solve two purposes. And this is the map which is here is a very good thing for us to reflect on. Like, where are we going? Like, we know that moringa is very important, and it is grown in the areas where malnutrition is a problem. So we have to think something is going, you know, fundamentally wrong in our system, because of which we are having these two maps. So now I would like to sum up with this. There's a Sanskrit, how to say, a shlok, which is prani nam punar moolam aharo bal varno aj sagya, which means that food in itself is the basis of life, and not just life, it is the basis of giving strength and value and vitality to the body. We have forgotten all these things, and as Pathakji said, that we are eating poison. We have to stop that. To stop that, we have to use modern science to come up with the, to reveal the science in our ancient wisdom. Like for example, kurkuma or sathi rice. For example, sathi rice is used by tribal people in Bihar and in north west Bihar in Champaran district. I've interviewed people, I've talked to people by fisher folk who are marginalized farmers or who do not have income. So they use this for, as for example, when after childbirth to women, so that they can get nutrition and they can recover. So this is the kind of, now why is it happening? That modern science has to reveal. When will it come? We will only think about it when people know on the first hand that sati is important and sati is there. So that has to come through our policy, our educational policy. This is the indigenous knowledge which I have been talking about, needs to come up. So now I would like to sum up like by saying that prioritization. So as we discussed earlier, we need to prioritize. For example, whether we need to use biotechnological tools for GM, or we need to it for organic. Like for organic, for example, there are ways of which through biotechnological tools we can enhance the seed production. We can use tissue culture, for example, which are traditional classical ways of doing things, to propagate plants or varieties or land races which are on the verge of extinction. So we have to prioritize. Again, the thing is about skill versus profession, which I have discussed. Then tradition, science, roots for modern science, for example, the classical example of turmeric, curcumin. And then coming to sustainable education, survival without jobs. So the education, I was discussing about today's talk with a friend of mine who is working a lot with small farmers. His name is Mr. Rakesh Rai. He works as a vice president in a multinational company in Bangalore, and he visits farms, and he's very much interested into organic. And we were discussing, and we came to the conclusion that what do we mean by sustainable education? What it means is our education system good enough that if we do not, for example, if there's a recession and we lose our job, will we be able to sustain our livelihood by being entrepreneurs, by giving jobs, for example, by being Atma-NIRBHAR? So that is where I would like to end with. And there are some people who have really helped me to come to this level, and these are my teachers from different parts of the world, actually. So I would like to thank them. And here is an advertisement which is from 1930s, and you will be surprised if you look at the second page. Registered by the government of India and Germany. This is an Ayurvedic company which was running in Mathura, and in 1930s it was selling products to Germany. So you see how our system was so it attracted people to far off, not just today in this modern age of globalization, even earlier. Of course, it was there in the Roman times, etc. But here is a very good example of how pre Second World War or pre 1930s, our Ayurvedic system was so much into use in countries like Germany, and we need to bring that back. And with that, I would like to thank you, and please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sai.
I'm really sorry if I've taken more time.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Today is your day. Today is this team's day. And this is your evening. I have to give a time to all of you as much as you want, because we have to do justice with the subject. But let me share a couple of things quickly with you in a minute. Number one, most of the points which you have given, they are already covered in the New Education Policy 2020. I personally feel now that I should have sent a small extract to Dr. Ravi Kant ji well in advance, so that everybody would have come to know what exactly is there. I was presuming that somewhere you people will just go through at your own, and you'll be able to see what exactly is there. So secondly, you mentioned about the gentleman from Bangalore, Mr. Rakesh Rai.
Yes.
He has posted a lot of comments in the YouTube, and he's full of praises for you. And he has mentioned quite a bit, and we compliment him. Very nice. And you mentioned that he's into organic farming, something you made a mention. We would be too happy to get connected with him urgently, immediately, as soon as possible, because last night I had one of the IS officer who has resigned from the Indian Administrative Service, and he has set up the entrepreneurship school in Gurugram next to Delhi, and he has taken a pledge. He would like to help every youth. And we were talking with each other. Yesterday, he came second time with a panel discussion, and he brought two youngsters. So whatever Dr. Ravi Kant ji had shown, that potter and ancient kind of, what happens in the villages and rural artisans and all, he brought one gentleman yesterday, and then he brought another person. I was surprised yesterday. There was one gentleman who had come yesterday. He belongs to Ranchi, and he is an ex-merchant navy, and he has done from IIM Ahmedabad, and he has done before that some research abroad in US. His name is Gaurav Kumar. What a beautiful, within 2 minutes, you can make your own website. Within 2 minutes, you can make your website. He has developed the software. And if you just give, my name is Dr. Vaidura Pratap Sahi, and I want to make my website, language, all that. And you know what he's doing? He's making this website with artificial intelligence. Within 2 minutes. And yesterday I brought him in the platform. So what I'm telling is, world is moving very fast and world is moving very quickly. Now coming back to something what you made a mention is so true, that we are not proud of our own things, and that's why we ape whatsoever is outside. लेकिन साथ ही साथ मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा, इंसान अपनी माँ बोली और अपनी मातृभाषा कभी नहीं भूलता। वो कहीं भी चला जाए, किसी भी देश में हो, विदेश में हो, कहीं भी हो, उसे अपनी मातृभाषा कभी नहीं भूलती। वो जब तक जीवित रहता है वो रहती है। लेकिन अगर एक और भाषा सीखने से अगर आपको रोजगार लेना है, अगर मैं आज अपनी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का वेंचर भी करता हूं और मैं स्टार्टअप भी लगाता हूं, तो मैं डॉक्टर रवि कांत जी के साथ ये शेयर करना चाहूंगा कि आप, इन ए वेरी पोलाइट वे, आई वुड लाइक टू मेक ए मेंशन, when you go to the 10 countries in the ASEAN region, best of hospitality, best of courtesy, best of mannerism, best of human beings, lekin language is a barrier. You will have so much of difficulty कि आप होटल के रिसेप्शन पे खड़े होंगे और आप उसको बोलेंगे कि मुझे ऐसा कमरा चाहिए, मुझे 3 दिन के लिए चाहिए, मेरे को ये हेल्प चाहिए. Language becomes a problem, it becomes a difficulty. So भाषा इसलिए सीखनी है, अगर मुझे अपना व्यापार भी करना है, एक्सपोर्ट भी करना है, अपने माल को भी बाहर भेजना है, आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन को भी बाहर भेजना है, मैं उसके लिए भाषा सीखूंगा, न कि किसी को इम्प्रेस करने के लिए भाषा सीखूंगा. गौरव जी, आपका इंटरनेट कनेक्शन इतना बढ़िया आया था और इतना अच्छा आया था कि उस समय हमारी तबीयत खुश हो गई थी, आपकी वॉइस भी इतनी अच्छी हो गई थी, पर आप आवाज के साथ साथ रोशनी भी ले गए उस समय, पता नहीं क्या हुआ. तो
बैंगलोर में पावर कट हो गया था.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. तो आप कुछ कह रहे थे. Let's hear you for a few minutes and thereafter then we will go to Dr. Ravi Kant. Yes, please. You finish your agenda. You were saying.
So sir, पहले मैं वो point, तो मैं वो जो point कह रहा था उसे complete करना चाहूँगा. So I fully agree with you. I think we need to learn English in a global world. The concern is that we are learning English at the cost of other skills, and we are treating English as a status symbol rather than treating it as a skill that we have to acquire. Or this phenomena we cannot get rid of unless our elites are also conversant in mother tongue. If elites think कि if our मतलब आज से 50 साल पहले आप देखिए हमारे जो एलिट्स थे वो हिंदी भी जानते थे, इंग्लिश भी जानते थे. कई लोग नेहरू जी का सुनते हैं कि 16 भाषाएं जानते थे, मेरी मम्मी कहती थी. हमारी पीढ़ी में ऐसे हुआ कि we knew a word language, we knew English, but most of us are a lot more expressive in English than our own mother tongue. And most of our kids, they know only English. And कुछ दिन पहले मेरी बेटी ने कहा, मुझे बड़ा दुख हुआ कि ये हिंदी जो है हम मेड से बात करने के लिए यूज करते हैं. तो जब तक किसी सोसाइटी का जो एलिट वर्ग है वो अपनी भाषा को नहीं समझेगा, तब तक बाकी आम आदमी भी उसे नहीं जानेंगे. पहले संस्कृत संभ्रांत वहां की भाषा थी और इसलिए बाकी लोग भी उसे सीखना चाहते थे. आज इंग्लिश वही बन गई है. सो we need to make sure that our kids of middle class, upper middle class and upper class, they are conversant in Indian languages also. And this education policy is rightly focusing on Indian languages, but practically I think the implementation is not going to be possible because most of the parents these days are sending their children to private schools, and private schools are teaching by and large in English. So one suggestion I would have is that even in private schools, let us teach at least a couple of subjects in Indian languages. We can give children choices. They can learn those subjects in Tamil, Telugu, Bangla or Hindi. Let us enable those choices, but let us teach a couple of subjects in Indian languages. Only then rest of India can also be expected to learn in their mother tongue. So yeah, that was the point at which.
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा सुझाव आपका. पॉइंट वेल टेकन गौरव जी. इसको जरूर जो हमारी फाइनल रिकमेंडेशन जाएंगी, वी विल पुट इनटू दैट कि जो आप कह रहे हैं उसको हम जरूर साथ लेके चलेंगे. एंड दैट्स अ वेरी गुड सजेशन. बट हाउएवर मैं आपसे ये विनम्र भाव से कहना चाहूंगा कि जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसमें 3 भाषाओं का उन्होंने कहा है कि 3 भाषाएं उसको लेकर चल रहे हैं और बेसिक लेकर चल, और मदर टंग पर बहुत ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है. और अभी आप देखिए बड़ी गौरवशाली बात है कि भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री भी जिस भी प्लेटफॉर्म पर, जिस भी जगह पर, विदेश में कहीं पर भी हैं, और आस्ता अभी हमारे यहाँ पर वो एक स्वाभाविक रूप से कल्चर डेवलप हो रहा है कि लोग अब आस्ता इस चीज को महसूस कर रहे हैं कि जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अपनी मातृभाषा में बातचीत कर रहे हैं और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय गोष्ठियों में उस चीज की बातचीत कर रहे हैं, तो हम सब लोग भी उसको लेकर आगे चल सकते हैं. और उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. और मातृभाषा के ऊपर हमेशा गर्व होना चाहिए. और रदर थोड़े दिन पहले मुझे सौभाग्य मिला कि मैं अहमदाबाद में एक गुरुकुल में गया और वहां पर जो इंट्रोडक्शन थी, जो परिचय था शुरू में, वेलकम एड्रेस, वो संस्कृत में था. और जब मैंने वो अटेंड किया तो मुझे पहली बार ये एहसास और महसूस और इतना अच्छा लगा कि 5 मिनट तक मैंने एक वेलकम एड्रेस, मतलब भारतीय होने के नाते भी मैं ये कहूंगा, मे बी हमारी अपब्रिंगिंग क्योंकि हिंदी में और मातृभाषा पंजाबी में या उन सब चीजों को लेकर हुई, लेकिन संस्कृत को वहां पर सुनकर इतना मधुर लगा और इतना प्रिय लगा और इतना कानों में मतलब अच्छा लगा वो, कि मैंने कहा यार ये तो मतलब. और अब ये भी समझ आने लगी है कि जो कंप्यूटर की भाषा है, एल्गोरिदम्स और ये सब इसमें संस्कृत का, क्योंकि द मोस्ट साइंटिफिक लैंग्वेज देश से इज संस्कृत भाषा. तो ये सब चीजों को लेकर सब कुछ बहुत अच्छे से, प्रयास बहुत अच्छा है न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का जो आ रहा है आगे. तो आइए, थैंक यू वेरी मच गौरव जी. आपसे टेक्निकली हमें बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट चाहिए क्योंकि गूगल शुड प्ले वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन द न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी. टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है और टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ तो चलना ही पड़ेगा अगर विश्व के साथ चलना है तो टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चलना पड़ेगा और हम उसको लेके जरूर पर जरूर आगे बढ़ेंगे। रविकांत जी, अब आप आगे का कार्यक्रम इसको जो संपन्न करना है, इसको क्लोज करना है, और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में जो भी आपने विचारों का एक हम सब लोगों ने अच्छे से डेलिब्रेट किया। अगर किसी के और कोई विचार हो तो हम शेयर कर सकते हैं, किसी की कोई और चीज की रिकमेंडेशंस हो तो हम ले सकते हैं। तो फाइनली देन वी वुड क्लोज देयर आफ्टर। आप अपना
मैं 5 मिनट लेना चाहूंगा
हाँ,
गुलशन जी,
हाँ,
थोड़ा
हाँ गौरव,
प्लीज
अगर
प्लीज
हाँ,
किसी तरीके से अगर
ठीक
आप ऑडियो
गौरव, और इसके बाद विनय कंक्लूड करेंगे अपना।
हाँ अच्छा,
हाँ,
क्या कहते हैं रवि जी,
हाँ
अगर किसी तरीके से दोबारा से गौरव जी का वो ऑडियो लौट आए तो मजा ही आ जाए। गौरव जी का ऑडियो इतना बढ़िया हो गया था बीच में उस समय।
ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है क्या अभी?
नहीं, बीच में बहुत अच्छा आ गया था, अरे मजा आ गया था उस समय, पर
रुकिए 1 मिनट में।
अब वो आवाज के साथ आप रोशनी भी ले गए।
अरे
इतनी
1
अच्छी,
सेकंड रुकिए, ट्राई करते हैं।
बीच में आपकी आवाज इतनी अच्छी हो गई थी कि मजा आ गया था, मुझे ओरिजिनल आवाज आपकी मिल गई थी।
अब देखिए सर, अब ऑडियो थोड़ा बेहतर हो।
ये देखिए ऑडियो बेहतर है, बेहतर है, बेहतर है। आइए
अच्छा,
हाँ,
आइए,
चलिए।
तो
आ जाइए, आ जाइए।
चलिए, मैं add some thoughts based economy which I thought I can share with this forum. तो 5 मिनट लूंगा मैं आप लोगों के।
नहीं,
So I wanted to cover knowledge based economy and
मजा आ जाएगा, मजा
मेरी
आपका ऑडियो बड़ा अच्छा हो गया अभी, प्रभु करे ऐसा ही रहे।
ओके ओके, अगर पावर कट नहीं होगा तो ऐसे ही रहेगा।
आपका थोड़ा वो शेयर कर लीजिए नॉलेज बेस्ड का। हाँ जी,
देखते हैं। मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है आप लोगों को?
हाँ जी, लेकिन इसको अगर आप बड़ा कर दें तो बड़ा अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि साइड की स्लाइड आप अपने पास रखिए,
फुल स्क्रीन में कर लीजिए। हाँ ठीक है।
हाँ, इज इट बेटर नाउ?
मैंने कहा
इट इज बेटर।
परमात्मा करे आपकी आवाज और स्क्रीन अच्छी ऐसी ही रहे अभी। चलिए चलिए।
देखते हैं।
हाँ जी,
So yeah, I wanted to talk about the knowledge based economy and how the new education policy can contribute to it, and secondly how we should focus on enabling higher education to solve India specific problems. तो नॉलेज इकोनॉमी जैसे हम सब जानते हैं, दिस इज वन ऑफ आवर की स्ट्रेंथ्स. वी हैव अ वेरी गुड network. I think India has the second biggest network of higher education institutes after China. और उसमें भी अगर हम tier 1 colleges देखें तो with 23 IITs, 30 odd NITs, we are graduating more than 20,000 top-notch engineers every year. And these engineers are going all over the world. They are also productive within India. We have some 9,000 odd startups which started in 2019. So सवाल ये है कि we have this huge demographic dividend. We have a population of 140 crore people, and this population values education. They are hungry to learn more, and we have a good higher education infrastructure. So with these two key assets, we can be a key driver for this knowledge economy, which is emerging and which would be the main driver for global growth going forward. और हमने काफी हद तक किया है. देखिए, we have our IT success story. We know that most of the Fortune 500 companies, they are having a good amount of R&D in India, and the complexity of that R&D is increasing year on year. लेकिन वो बात नहीं आ पा रही है कि India drives this global knowledge economy. There is something which is holding us back. तो what is that? जैसे आप देखिए, छोटा सा इजराइल है, उससे कितना ज्यादा इनोवेशन बाहर निकल के आ रहा है. These Scandinavian countries, I think Netherlands, it has much less arable land compared to India. but they have done so much innovation in agriculture, greenhouse for farming की, tomato producers in the world. तो हमें वो बात क्यों नहीं आ पा रही? So that is where I jotted down some of my thoughts. So one thing I would like to say is कि हमने काफी एक्सपैंड किया हायर एजुकेशन पिछले 10-15-20 सालों में. एक समय 6 IITs थी, अब 23 IITs हो गई हैं. लेकिन फॉर इंडिया, फॉर अ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ इंडिया, दैट इज नॉट गुड इनफ. वी need to aim for at least 100 odd IITs in the next few years. And I think one key thing is कि हमें ना ये प्राइवेट कैपिटल पे बहुत डाउट रहता है कि ये लूटेंगे, मुनाफाखोरी करेंगे. And I think we need to get over it. The private entrepreneurs are also citizens of India, or they are. Let us give them the benefit of doubt. Let us assume that these are patriotic people, these are good intentioned people who want to do something for the country. उनको खोलने दीजिए आप colleges. Let us allow them to open colleges for profit and ensure regulations and transparency. So let government open more and more colleges. Let private sector also open colleges. Let them make money from it. Nothing wrong in making money. जब तक अर्थ को हम धर्म के साथ परस्यू करते हैं तब तक उसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं है. So that mental leap we have to take. And then we have to improve the feeder system. कहाँ से इन colleges में लोग आ रहे हैं? मैं हुआ, मेरे जैसे अधिकतर लोग जो हैं, जो IIT से निकले, हम सब मिडिल क्लास, अधिकतर लोग मिडिल क्लास या अपर मिडिल क्लास से थे. 80% हिंदुस्तान की आबादी जो है वो मेरे ख्याल से सोच भी नहीं रही है IITs में जाने के बारे में. So let us, and a lot of kids over here are very smart. So let us get those kids. Let us identify, say 1 million, 10 lakh होशियार लड़के, होशियार बच्चे from the weaker sections. Let us identify them and we provide them the best education facilities, best primary and secondary education. Let them and enable them to go into these top tier colleges. Thirdly, we need to get the best minds from all over the world to teach in our universities. Doesn't matter वो हिंदुस्तानी है, पाकिस्तानी है, अमेरिकन है, चीनी है, जो भी है. Best minds we have to excite to come and teach in India and to deliver their expertise to our youngsters. चाहे उनका जो भी ideological belief है, doesn't matter. उनकी जो domain expertise है, let us get that to our colleges. And let us ignite the imagination of our young minds. Moonshot ideas निकालते हैं. Let us find some original attempts which have not been done in the world. Let's say a fusion reactor. There is research going on in Europe. Let's see how much we can push it within India itself. So a mix of some of these original ideas and some capacity building in the country. For example, microprocessor design. Why should I get Intel inside? I should have something made in India. China is also doing it. Why we can do it when most of the talent internationally anyways is Indian. So ये moonshot ideas कुछ हम try करते हैं. And then the tier 3 college system that we have, let us expand this high quality education to them also, make their curriculum industry relevant, and we leverage the teaching expertise that we have in our tier 1 and tier 2 colleges. Let us telecast IIT lectures free for all in real time, and the teachers in local colleges, they can use that same teaching material and then work with the students, try to explain what the professor has taught. These teachers would be upskilled and the students would get benefit of learning from the best minds. And then the other very important thing is we ensure accountability through transparent testing mechanisms, ranking mechanisms. Let all of these students be tested the same way, and that accreditation, that ranking of colleges will make sure that there is a push among these colleges to continuously improve. just like what Modi has done with the clean cities, that index we have of cleanliness in our cities. Every year there is a healthy competition among various cities, the district administration. So I think given our population, if these ideas or something even better than these we can enable, there is no reason why India can't duplicate what a China has done for manufacturing. We can do pretty much the same thing for knowledge-based economy. So that was one thing. Now my window has gone. Give me just a minute, please.
बहुत अच्छे suggestions हैं आपके. They're very pragmatic ideas.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly comment that we can definitely replicate China if China actually also tries to replicate our democracy.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah.
So yeah, see, the point is not whether we should replicate China, but we have this opportunity that we can be a world power in this knowledge economy. देखिए हमारी population इतनी है कि if we enable our people, we can be number.
गौरव जी इसको बड़ा कर दीजिए.
हाँ जी. So 140 करोड़ की आबादी के साथ we can be number one in Olympics, we can be number one in science, technology, you name it. The sheer population demands, sheer population implies कि हाँ, if we treat our people, give our people the same resources as other countries, even if we don't give them the same resources, we give them half the resources or one third the resources of the other countries, you would still have the same number of scientists as, let's say, a US.
Yeah, Gaurav, I think this dream can be fulfilled if our government, our honorable Prime Minister, give his focus on rural part. People are not given opportunities. Their talent is never nurtured. And that is what experiment through Bharatodaya we did, that we are forming a leadership centers in these villages. From there, we will nurture them and push forward. So I think that is what is needed. हर गांव में जैसे एक गुरुकुल होता था, हर गांव में ऐसे नॉलेज एंड इनोवेशन सेंटर्स क्यों नहीं बन रहे हैं?
Right. So that decentralization we have to do. Yeah. And you know, Indian tradition is कि we get knowledge from wherever we get. So मुझे मंथरा की एक बात बड़ी अच्छी लगती है. रामायण में मंथरा ने कहा कि कोउ हो नरप हमें का हानि. कोई भी राजा हो, हमें कोई नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए. That is the decentralization which Mantra prefaced.
Power. That is the power decentralized units will have.
So I think that is the mantra we should all have. Ki our villages, our local units, they should all be self-sufficient, and they should be enabled with best learning.
बात तो आपको अप्रिशिएट करनी पड़ेगी कि जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, इसके फाइनल डॉक्यूमेंट को रिलीज करने से पहले विलेज लेवल तक, ब्लॉक लेवल तक हर एक के पास वो डॉक्यूमेंट पहुंचाया गया कि तरफ से कोई सुझाव है तो आप बताइए. अगर कोई चीज आप देना चाहते हो. 2 लाख से ज्यादा इन लोगों ने सुझाव लिए और उन सुझाव को इनकॉर्पोरेट किया, सिंथेसाइज किया. एक शब्द जो 63 पेज हैं, 63 पेजेस uploaded on the website of Ministry of Education, Government of India. It's a mind blowing because पहला पोर्शन उसका जो स्कूल एजुकेशन का है, फिर जो हायर एजुकेशन का है. तो मेरे हिसाब से जो पॉइंट आपने दिए हैं वो बहुत वाजिब हैं, बहुत वैलिड हैं, बहुत उम्दा हैं. लेकिन जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है इसमें ये सब चीजों को इनकॉर्पोरेट किया गया है. लेकिन आपका सवाल वही जो सेकंड था बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि पॉलिसी तो बन गई, अब इसको इंप्लीमेंट करना है. बिकॉज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बिकॉज मेकिंग ए पॉलिसी इज वन थिंग. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट टास्क इज नंबर 1 कि पॉलिसी बनने के बाद इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए जो नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क तैयार हो रहा है वो कौन लोग कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों की योग्यता क्या है, उन लोगों का एक्सपीरियंस क्या है, उन लोगों की एक्सपर्टीज क्या है, वे फ्यूचर में वो कितना आगे देख सकते हैं। क्योंकि 1970 में जब मैंने एक एलन टॉफलर की किताब देखी थी फ्यूचर टॉक्स, तो उस आदमी ने उस किताब को लिखने से पहले 5 साल तक एक फैक्ट्री में एज ए वर्कर काम किया था। आगे आइए, इसमें लेके चलते हैं जी, आगे चलिए।
अच्छा, so the other point I wanted to insist was which Pathak ji and Sahi ji have also brought up very well, is that our education has to be for India as well. Matlab, I think we need to aim for the moon, aim for the space, but we also have to make sure that our education is deeply connected with India. And this is something which I don't feel is the case as of today. Hopefully, the new education policy will enable it going forward. But मसलन अब ये जो हमारे tier 1 institutes हैं, are they really giving our students an exposure to real problems of India or the ground realities of India? Yeah, we are by and large following a Western template and creating folks who would be a very good fit in Google, Amazon, or Apple, but they won't be able to solve ground realities of India. मतलब छोटी सी बात है, अब ये या मेरे ख्याल से छोटी सी तो नहीं है, लेकिन
बड़ी बात
IIM ये जो CAT का एग्जाम है, there is a very complex English paper which is needed there. But why is that the case? I think again English is needed, sure, but when we are insisting on such a complicated English paper in an IIM exam, we are by design excluding a very big population of India who could be excellent managers within India from entering these elite institutes. And why is an IIM graduate not expected to be proficient in any Indian language? भाई आपको इंडिया में मैनेजमेंट करना है, अगर इंडिया में सामान बेचना है, तो you need to be well versed in, I would say, more than one Indian language. You need to be well versed in the history of India, in the philosophies of India, our thinking, our way of thinking, our conflicts, our strengths. So is that exposure being given in our elite colleges? And then similarly, why are we not gearing our engineering towards solving the real problems of India? For example, from IITs, why don't we give a BTech in agricultural engineering? If India is an agricultural country by and large, there is so much of work that needs to be done over there. So
yeah, Department of Organic Farming should be there.
So
I mean, agriculture, I have, sorry to interrupt, but agriculture itself is having a trouble actually. It should be because you are on the name of agriculture, you are spraying the things which are not good for earth, humans and ecosystem. Sorry, continue please.
गौरव जी एक पॉइंट और है यहाँ पर बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट विच आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर कि नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में ये आया है कि सारे एंट्रेंस एग्जाम एबॉलिश हो रहे हैं, सिर्फ एक कॉमन एंट्रेंस एग्जाम होगा इंडिया में कहीं भी एडमिशन लेने के लिए किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन में। और दूसरा, जो आईआईटीज की हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं, अब आईआईटीज के अंदर आर्ट्स भी होगा, कॉमर्स भी होगा, साइंस भी होगा, म्यूजिक भी होगा, फैशन डिजाइनिंग भी होगा, टेक्सटाइल भी होगा, एंड दैट्स व्हाट। तो फिर क्वेश्चन वही आएगा, आप फिर मुझसे पूछेंगे कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। पॉलिसी में तो वो चीज ले आए हम, लेकिन जब उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे तो उसके लिए ट्रेनर्स भी चाहिए, उसके लिए हमें एक्सपर्ट्स भी चाहिए, तो उसके लिए उतने लोग भी एनरोल करने पड़ेंगे, फिर उतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी आगे बढ़ाना होगा। और जो आपने पहले 100 वो जो आपने एक स्टैटिस्टिक्स दिया था, इफ आई करेक्टली रिमेंबर, जहां आपने कहा था कि शायद 23 IITs हैं और 30
हाँ
NITs हैं, तो
हाँ
फिर आपने कहा था कि 100 इंस्टीट्यूशन तक, तो उसमें भी सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस भी बन रहे हैं और 100 फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटीज को भी इंडिया में लेके आ,
राइट
क्योंकि अभी तक
हाँ
रुका हुआ था, क्योंकि इन लोगों को हमेशा ये लगता था कि अगर हम कंपटीशन बाहर वाले लोगों को लेके आ जाएंगे तो फिर हमारे जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो सरवाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे।
हाँ
जब तक तुम्हारा हेल्दी कंपटीशन नहीं होगा तो फिर कैसे हो पाएगा? हेल्दी कंपटीशन तो करना ही पड़ेगा, ठीक है
सही
ना?
कह रहे हैं आप।
और जितना पैसा बच्चों के बाहर जाने में लग रहा है, मतलब इट इज अ माइंड ब्लोइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड। अगर आप पूरे इंडिया का फॉरेन एक्सचेंज लें कि कितने बच्चे हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बाहर जा रहे हैं, और फिर उसकी दो कैटेगरी हैं। एक तो वो बच्चे हैं जो सीरियसली पढ़ाई के लिए जा रहे हैं, और दूसरे वो हैं जिनको ग्रीन कार्ड चाहिए, किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन मिल जाए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। सो देयर आल्सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ मच इज द रेवेन्यू लीकेज। और ये कोरोना वायरस में मुझे ये लगता है कि जो 10 साल के अंदर इंडिया में आना था, 10 साल के अंदर वो सुनामी की तरह 6 महीने में आ गया। टीचर्स भी एक्सपोज हो गए, एजुकेशन भी एक्सपोज हो गया, वीकनेसेस भी एक्सपोज हो गई, टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत तेजी से आगे आ गई, और सारी चीजें एकदम इतनी सुनामी की तरह आई है कि देयर इज अ मैसिव चेंज। पहले किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं था, क्योंकि दिस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी वाज मेड बिफोर पैंडेमिक। सो नाउ द टेक्नोलॉजी का जो रोल होगा एजुकेशन में, दैट इज ऑल्सो समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इसलिए अगर आप मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन की वेबसाइट पे जाएंगे तो उन्होंने आईटी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए, टेक्नोलॉजी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए एक और डॉक्यूमेंट अपलोड किया है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन की वेबसाइट के ऊपर, बिकॉज देयर इज सो मच हैपनिंग एवरी डे, देयर इज सो मच हैपनिंग एवरी डे। प्लीज कंटिन्यू, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
ओके,
हाँ जी।
so with regards to teaching for India, the third point I had was कि देखिए there is a very good framework of Indic thought and Indic philosophy. Presently, most of the research that happens within in the world happens within a Western framework. वो या तो Marxist framework होगा या
Yes.
फिर वो होगा अपना capitalist framework या framework of individual rights. But India has a long tradition of economic thought, legal thought. पूरी की पूरी महाभारत जो है वो धर्म की विवेचना पर आधारित है. तो why are we, maybe we are pursuing, but we should encourage a lot more original research within this Indic framework. That will lead to solutions that are more rooted to our ground realities, and I think it would also enrich the knowledge base in the whole world. And lastly, India is a very vast country. It has a lot of complexities, some good, some bad. And I think we need to make sure that our students, they learn the skills which are really important to make India thrive as this diverse society, as a peaceful nation. So one thing is this emphasis on collaboration. We find that most of our young kids, they जो जीवन की आपाधापी है, ये कॉलेज में जाने की जो है अपना कंपटीशन, उसकी वजह से everyone is focused on individual excellence, लेकिन real life works on collaboration. So that emphasis on collaboration has to be a part of our curriculum. Understanding multiple viewpoints and debating them and tolerating them, and then identifying middle grounds. See, आजकल ये जैसे यूएस का भी आप डिस्कोर्स देखें, इतना डिवाइडेड है. इंडिया के अंदर भी आप देखिए, कोई एकदम प्रो मोदी है, कोई एकदम एंटी मोदी है. सच्चाई हमेशा बीच में रहती है. हर आदमी में अच्छाइयां भी हैं, बुराइयां भी हैं. So that kind of understanding, getting the best out of everyone, those are the viewpoints that we need to promote in our higher education. We need to train the leaders of tomorrow to see things not just from the prism of any ideology. किसी वाद के चक्कर में ना पड़े. The only सच्चावाद सिर्फ सत्यवाद है, सत्य की खोज करिए जो, और उसी पे आप अपना निर्णय लीजिए. So I think that ideological breadth people need to be trained in. So this is all I had.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well said, well said. Wonderful, wonderful. उनका अपना डॉक्टर विनय, आपका कोई पॉइंट हो, नहीं तो फिर हम डॉक्टर रवि कांत जी के पास जाएंगे. डॉक्टर विनय, आपका कोई पॉइंट है आपकी तरफ से?
Well, I just wanted to quickly ask to Gaurav ji 3 questions related to his talks.
फिर मैं गौरव जी को यही रखता हूँ.
One is with respect to this higher education and how actually industry in India actually collaborate with the educational institutions for training, internship, etc. I saw a huge difference between how they transact here in Northern Europe. At least they are very humble when they approach us here, but they are a bit not so humble in India. I don't know what's, maybe we are so much in numbers. So what's the actually Google, does Google recognize that there is such a thing that in India they need to be more collaborating, and actually Indians need that kind of internship and training, not just from elite institution, actually even the middle state institutions, engineering and others. Yeah, and the second question is basically on this, the division that the society, I think it's contributed by the technology itself. So what the Google is doing actually to, because the division in the society, for example, in American division, that the polarity is fueled by technology itself. So there was much fuss about how actually Google should deal with it. So are Google doing something algorithmically to break down these biasing at the individual level so that we could prevent them? Well, it's okay. So maybe we should wrap it up, and if I have time, I had a presentation for 10 slides. So, but
right, please, please group.
It's a night for Mr. Sharma, and he would be tired.
No, there is no night. The thing is, once we have come on a mission, I'm very serious about it, because we are on a mission. We are on a mission. I'm a Fauji. I'm a soldier. Yeah, you don't worry about me. I come from the armed forces background and I'm committed. I told Dr. Ravi Kant Pathak ji that, look, we have to do justice with the subject.
Right. And I think so. He has a very good points to put up.
Yeah, please share.
Yeah.
We would be more than happy. And meanwhile, Gaurav ji will ensure that light doesn't go in Bangalore and his bandwidth is okay. We get his questions ready. Okay.
Yeah, Vinay.
Okay, so thank you. I can share my screen.
Before Dr. Vinay starts, I must compliment Dr. Our Sahiji, that your friend Rakesh Rai ji is sending wonderful suggestions. Why shouldn't the higher institution be made to earn their own revenue through their own research and implementation, rather than waiting for the government grants always? And also he is telling that it will be forcing function for the institutions to think, to do something. Currently, if anyone enters a government institutions, he becomes sure that he is secure till retirement. And finally, he says, once they are forced to earn their salary, many things will change in education system in India. So I think, Rakesh ji, you are wonderful. You please share your mobile number in the audience. Many people would like to get across to you. Okay, now Dr. Vinay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I share then my screen, and so is it fine? Can you see it and listen?
Yes, we feel we are in Finland.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. So I'll be putting my views about this multidisciplinary education aspects on this side, and there is currently need to shift in focus from educating specialist, educating a specialist generalist than the specialist, which is the current education system's side product, I think. So in the first part, I would be going to say about significance of multidisciplinary education, and in the second part, how actually we should nurture this through the education system. So basically, Dr. Ravi Kant and Dr. Shahi have emphasized quite a lot about our country's contribution in invention of zero. And I would just like to give a flashback to how actually this invention is something groundbreaking. I mean, we already know it, but how actually it happened that in around 5,000 years back before Christ, actually this Sumerian and Mesopotamian people have been struggling with this number system, and that's how actually later Arbhat came to invent this zeros shape here. So this on the left side, you see this is Mesopotamian way of counting that was found in their scripts, and it uses a base symbol to represent 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then stacking on top of to represent 4 and then so on. When it goes to 12, 11, I mean the 0 comes, then you see that there is a hook there on this side. So now if you go on counting further after this, then you need to, it's complicated. You can't have like a uniformity here, and it doesn't reflects the positional value. So then there was a kind of vacuum, and people were struggling to find a nice and counting system. But it seems like in the 5th century AD, when Aryabhatta actually was thinking about, I think, the same problem. So I hope you know that he was a mathematician and both astronomer. So then he came a very nice thing actually, because the question with which Sumerians actually started, it's a very funny story that there was a father and son. So father asked to son, "Where have you been?" So he said, "Nowhere." The way we say in India, कि क्या कर रहे हो? कहते हैं कुछ नहीं. So kuch nahi means 0. So 0, then Aryabhatta actually came. It's a very innovative idea, and one cannot think about it unless he has a very, very kind of multidisciplinary view of thought process. It's a magical if one goes deeper and try to understand how this is magical. It brings in a novelty in the positional aspect of counting, that if you count 1 to 9, so basically Aryabhatta used the word kha for 0. And the beauty is that if you look from to the 0, it actually it symbolizes nothingness, and it also symbolizes everything. So if you look from one side, then it's like open sky, and the other side you could see entire thing from one side to other side. And it's also that it's asymmetric to how the numbers are, like 1 2 3 4 5 9, and then 0, that means a hole inside and a shape. So it's a complementary to other things. So it actually reflects the difference. And I like what Dr. Ravi Kant was emphasizing, that that it has a lot of things from this our ancient wisdom, that there are many things that happen cyclically. So it also I guess it borrows those concepts also to embody in this zero invention. So it's amazing that, I mean, how could the people without a widespread knowledge and critical thinking could come up something so innovative and groundbreaking. So India has this kind of wisdom. Where it lost, I don't know. I am not going to 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 discuss more on that side. Rather, I would come to the modern view of education and why it's now need actually to fix this system. And we are at this juncture of time actually at the doorstep of this change, whether we prepare ourselves or not, but it's going to it's right there. So so let's come to about this modern education system, what these giants have to say. So Einstein has said, I mean, that the education is not learning the facts, but it's the ability to think. Unfortunately, recently Ken Robinson has died, but he is a bold thinker and somebody who actually lifelong he has been advocating about creativity in the education system and why it's torturous, the current education system. It doesn't inculcate actually value of the creativity in the kids, and so there is a need to actually include to overhaul it. So let's look to the what are actually the basic traits in the 21st century that are essential for the students to make them critical thinkers, to make them equitable and problem solver. So there are 5 C's here that's well documented and researched, that these 5 qualities are very important, and education must emphasize on these things in the education system. So one is the collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and the choice. The choice, I kept it in central because this is something that's actually connecting all these 4 parts of these 5 C's. So let's look at how actually our current system takes away this choice part. So if you take the choice as the student moves to the high school or from there, I think in Indian education system, you take away the choice to decide on what he want to read. One actually decides that if somebody got higher marks in biology, then he goes to take the biology in intermediate and then follows the path. And it is same with the other disciplines as well. So then you finish the choice. The moment you finish the choice, then you also actually suppress the ability to collaborate, because if the student doesn't have a multidisciplinary outlook, how he is going to have a nice outlook to collaborate with other people who has a different discipline. I mean, this suppresses, and then if that happens, then well, it's connected to the communication, because well, people are busy in their own silos, so why should they bother about diverse communication there? Critical thinking, because it requires a broader perspective of the things, so critical thinking is also suppressed. Well, side product is the creativity further is suppressed, and we could see the disasters that it has brought to the now, and we could see actually thanks to the corona that it has exposed, as Dr. Sharma was saying, that many of these fallacies that exist and we earlier did not recognize them well. So then this modern education system actually inclined to create specialists. Why is so? From the mid 50s, when this industrial revolution took the momentum from there, actually the focus has been for this basic education, and then school education, and then university education, focus on the specialization. That means as early you could figure out, you force them into the silos, take the biology, take the humanities, arts, whatever, and then stay there. It doesn't encourage us to the generalization. And I would like to give this example in this industrial this industry and the organizations use. One is this design thinking, that most of these companies, these modern organizations, actually use this concept, design thinking, that has 5 components: empathize with the people and problem, to understand what's the problem there, define it, ideate it, prototype and test, and then build your service that you want to serve them. Here, actually, it's a user-centric approach where human is actually consumer. So it's a business thing that you treat the human as a consumer, and that's how the entire this economic model works. But now it has been it has exposed to so many of the problems that we see, the disparities that has arisen recently. They are actually due to such an approach where we see the human as consumers. We don't take the human aspect into the consideration. So there is no mostly there is no sense of community. There is no sense of their well-being in most of the organizations. So now there is a parallel emerging thoughts that this design process should actually include human-centered design. That means we shouldn't just consider them as consumers. They are actually part of the community where we are selling our products. So but why actually this is becoming relevant, and why at this point of time, is because many of these problems like sustainability challenges, and every time there is a calamity, a disaster, for example, this corona pandemic has exposed this disparity that, okay, we are focusing too much on economic progress, but well-being and importance of health was sidelined, which has brought focus to this. So this is because of this extreme specialization and focus that we are so focused that we forget that there are broader perspective to the life, and there is a complete ecosystem, and we are the part of this. We can't be so individualistic in our approaches. So yeah, so this is the first part of it, the significance, that what's the significance of this multidisciplinary education. Now coming to how actually then bigger question, how to nurture it. Our education policy has also put nice perspective on this, nice policies. But on the nurturing side, the question is not so straightforward, as also Mr. Sharma was explaining it, that how efficiently we implement it, how systematic and how capable we are. The entire policy depends on this side. So how to nurture these multidisciplinary thinking in a student? I put my views on this. So let's think about what's actually this education. Because education means learning, whether it's ancient, modern. You need to learn. We are human beings, so certain things we need to learn, and then use that learning, the knowledge, to think about to be decisive, to think about problems, to solve problems, or to take decisions. So, but this has been mostly like in a limited sense, that our education has actually suppressed these ways of ability to think critically and to come up with the out-of-box solutions. And I go with one of the famous Indian educationalist, Sugata Mitra, who is well known for his hole in the wall experiment. And I like his thoughts, that he says that learning is new skill, imagination, creation, and asking new questions are at its core. So what's important here actually that our education system is designed that we don't ask questions, so we don't seek answers. Actually, we are fed the past information, and we have a very limited insight. We don't need to think and imagine in the future. It actually education makes us handicapped to imagine, because we don't have a meaningful questions that can create inquiry and a deep sense of seeking something meaningful. So here actually things are not so clear on the existing education policy. So this should be a starting point for here, that the students should be encouraged to pose the meaningful questions, or the teachers should facilitate to ask the meaningful questions, that the process then channels them to seek answer. And this question, they then gain the information, learn assisted by technology or by the teachers. So here should be the starting point. But a brief story with the why I actually think the multidisciplinary aspect is something that's important. So I have a background in electronics engineering. I had nothing to do with multidisciplinary. I was trained as specialist. But when I opted for my PhD in Norway, my mentor said that you have a time, and now you think and come up with your own question, what motivates you to pursue. And you know what I came up with? I came up with the very basic question that, well, from my background in electronics and these things, I thought that information processing, why are we the way we are? Like why our systems function the way they do? I had some interest in biology, so why cells do things certain way, proteins are created, and the information processing happens at different length scale in such a precise and robust way that it's incredible for human beings to even imagine about it. So this was the larger question that I came up with, that whether we could use such a thing to program these molecules to do very basic things, information processing in molecules. Though these things people have been doing in molecular biology and synthetic biology, but they are like very limited molecules. Our approach is more kind of design approach, where design principles from this biological inspirations are applied to design the information processing system. So this is how actually, so when I pose this question, then it is actually a question that demands multidisciplinary thinking. So from question, it started a journey that ended up learning many things. I even taken courses in the biology and whatnot, but it's fascinating. So I think that's important. But now coming to how students should once they be allow them to choose and to diversify their learning process. Technology is there actually now at this point of time. Now, whether we are ready or not, technology is there to support this multidisciplinary learning and education. Earlier, now we know that, and this has been further emphasized during Corona times, that now online learning is the future. Whether we are ready or not, how sooner we adapt to this. And thankfully that it actually supports the multidisciplinary learning. One can choose what they want, and learn and diversify their views. But one question that has been quite often posed, that in this technology-driven learning, whether teachers will be replaced, and I think that teachers are not going to be replaced, but the answer is mixed, like yes and no. Teachers now should be lifelong learners. They cannot be passive information broadcasters. Now they need to update themselves continuously if they want to really be friends with the students. Otherwise, they are not now the only source of information. The students can get the information anyway from other sources. It's cheaply, freely, quality education available. So then what will be the teacher's role in this technology-driven multidisciplinary education? I think teachers will still be there, because I believe that the human touch and the care that the human come through the humans, it cannot be replaced. At least it looks like in near future, computers cannot do in near future. Maybe as the technology advances in 50 years later, it could happen, but today it doesn't seem. Teachers will still be role models, facilitators, and the way their conduct imprints in the heads of the student. It is replaceable. So teachers will still be there, but those who don't date, they should be replaced, and they will be replaced. So I come to the conclusion that because of this, in this 21st century, the complexity of the problems demands the ability to think diversely and have a bold thinking. It doesn't works in silos. We need to have multidisciplinary thinking. So specialists, generalists are needed. We need to give at least choices at the early stage, that also this education policy talks about. Very good. And hopefully that it will unleash the flexibility in the students to pursue multidisciplinary education. And I think learning should be driven by process in which students are in need to seek answers. So unless there is a question, then we are forced into the silos, and whatever people tells us that take this subject and read and become a specialist, we end up doing that. So meaningful questions, inquiry driven, and technology, use of technology is important. Teachers training and research based curriculum design are also pillars of this multidisciplinary education paradigm. So thank you. I end here, and yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very kind of you, Dr. Vinay. All points well taken. And let me share, once you close your presentation, then I'll share.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Something very interesting I would like to share with you over here. You touched two of my very close friends. When you mentioned about Sir Ken Robinson, we lost him last month.
Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah.
And from UK, he had gone to United States, where we used to meet, and thereafter he had come back to UK, and finally he passed away. And more and more I met that man, I tried to understand what exactly education is. And his best part was, do schools kill creativity?
Yeah.
Yes.
Schools kill creativity. That is something very important which I saw with regard to Sir Ken Robinson. Now, second, you touched very important chord. And if you are in touch with him, I would be very happy, as you mentioned, Dr. Sudhakar Mitra. He recently retired and he was in UK. He spent time in IIT Delhi. He was there in MIT also, in US, and then he got back to UK. And 2019, late part, he retired. If you go through, he has got a wonderful children do not need supervision all the time. And his famous, the best part out of his entire research and whatever he has done, that is, it's called Hole in the Wall.
Yeah.
Hole in the Wall. And that is no teacher, nobody around, one single wall, two computers fitted over there, and camera fitted on the top. 1 month, nobody coming, no teacher, no trainer, no coach, nobody. And after 1 month, children picked up and they learned computer at their own.
And it was competence up to the level that a normal novice person, adult, would do that.
So Dr. Sugata Mitra, now coming to third part. 19th century belonged to Europe.
Yeah.
20th century belonged to US. And 21st century belongs to Asia. And you must go through, because I go to Singapore and Lee Kuan Institute.
Yeah.
And when you read that, in the Lee Kuan, there is a gentleman, the founder, his name is Kishore Mehbubani. Kishore Mehbubani. Kishore Mehbubani is a bureaucrat from Singapore government who was posted to United Nations, stayed there for a long time. His book has come, West, Now You Rest. West, Now You Rest. That is the latest book. And if you want to understand the geopolitical part, then you must go through, what's his first name? Parag Khanna. Singapore, Parag Khanna. You will understand how India and China civilizations were initially originated, because I will get back to Mr. Ravi Kant ji once again, because if the civilization has to flourish, it has to be on the bank of river.
Yeah.
It has to be somewhere where the agriculture can be there. So China and India, how they were raised, how they came up, how these two civilizations were there, what exactly happened, why particular places were chosen, and how everything. And the final question I'll leave with you. Most of the point what you have raised, Gaurav has raised, or Dr. Our friend, what's his name?
Mr. Sahi.
Sahi, Dr. Sahi has raised from Germany. All these points are taken in the new education policy 2020. If you'll go through all these points, they want to emphasize on ancient India. They want to get back to old civilization. They want to teach Indian examples. They want to quote Indian examples. More and more books should be written where, because when we were kids, we used to read Chanda Mama and Bikram और बेताल की कहानियां रात को सोने से पहले बेताल विक्रम को बोलता है, राजा अगर तुमने ठीक से नहीं दिया तो धड़क करके मैं पेड़ पे भाग जाऊंगा, और वो सब कहानियां हम दादा दादी नाना नानी. So what I'm telling is, we are getting back to the roots again. The new education policy, once you'll go through the document, I would make a humble request, whenever you get time, go through the Ministry of Education website, Government of India, just 18 pages, and they are on to the higher education, what exactly the andragogy is going to be in future. It's worth reading each and every word which Dr. Kasturi Ranganji has finalized in that. It's a fine print. It's a very fine print. And that gives you what is going to be there. the three kind of a different universities are going to be in India, which are going to be three different kind of universities, what would be the research component, what will be the innovation component, how the universities are going to be multidisciplinary, what kind of a teacher. Now, finally, before we conclude today, my greatest concern in the new education policy in future is going to be teachers' empowerment. My greatest concern is going to be teachers' empowerment, because policy is a document. And once a document, now there is a question, right? This question I asked, and I asked on various forums, and nobody has got a realistic reply. The first policy came in 1968. The second policy came in 1986. Minor amendments came in 1992. And now, after 34 years, you got a major main policy to get back to India's oldest civilization, that is getting back to the roots, that is 29th of July 2020. Where is the documentary evidence available? I will not go back to 1968, that's too old. India was independent in 1947, so I don't want to rub too much. Let me come to 1986. From 1986 to 2020, when I come, where is the quantitative factor in the econometric terms to tell me what percentage of that particular policy document was actually implemented on ground in school and colleges? There are three stages. One is policy document. Second stage is policy implementation. And third stage is policy monitoring. Secondly, 1986 policy also, if you pick up, it was conveyed 6% of the GDP will be spent for education. Where is the yardstick? From 1986 to 2020, the population has increased. And when you take other parts of the economy into consideration, which 6% are we talking about? And similar way, today, the priorities are going to change, because basic food is required, basic clothing and shelter is required, basic health is required. The corona is going to destroy, disturb, deteriorate lot of economies world over. And when we talk about that, how much in realistic term of the new education policy would be really implemented, that is questionable at this stage. So thereby, it is the only time which will tell. Intentions are very good. Beginning is very good. Policy is very good. Document is very good. It is futuristic. Everything. But we got to see in real terms. और दूसरा, मुझे अभी भी समझ नहीं आती है, गौरव जी का प्रश्न भी अच्छा था, रवि कांत जी का प्रश्न भी अच्छा था, हमारे पुराने वेदों को लेकर, सबको लेकर, डॉक्टर साहेब का जो था, इनका भी बहुत अच्छे थे, आपकी भी बातचीत बहुत अच्छी है। मैं एक छोटा सा प्रश्न करता हूं कि एजुकेशन जो है वो यूनियन सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, इट्स ए स्टेट सब्जेक्ट। Central government can only make a policy, but ultimately the policy has to be implemented by state governments. तो जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट देगा उसका क्या पोर्शन, किस क्वांटिटी में, किस क्वालिटी में, किस क्वांटम में, किस इकोनॉमिक्स में वो इंप्लीमेंट होगा, इट इज एंटायरली द प्रेरोगेटिव ऑफ द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। अब मैं उसके पास आता हूं, बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज। मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है जिसका जवाब मुझे आज तक नहीं मिल पाया। मैं कई जगहों से ढूंढ रहा हूं, बिकॉज आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम द हार्डकोर एजुकेशन बैकग्राउंड, because I come from the armed forces background, and there are certain willing teachers, knowing teachers, and passionate teachers, those got into education. I accidentally got into education, And when I got accidentally into education, I made education as my passion. And it became my profession. And when it became my profession, I want to get into the depth of everything. Whenever I do anything, I want to get to the bottom. हमें क्या जरूरत है इतने सारे बोर्ड्स बनाने की? हमारा सीबीएसई बोर्ड भी है, आईसीएसई बोर्ड भी है, केंद्रीय विद्यालय संगठन भी है, नवोदय भी है, फिर हर एक स्टेट का अपना अपना बोर्ड भी है। अगर हम भारत को एक जैसा बनाना चाहते हैं और सबको एक जैसी शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं और सबको चाहते हैं कि एक बार सारे एक जैसे इकट्ठे एक लेवल पे आ जाएं, तो हम सारी कंट्री के अंदर एक बोर्ड सिस्टम क्यों नहीं करते? इसका जवाब मेरे पास नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी नहीं है अभी तक। फिर हम ये कहेंगे तो स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट है, सेंटर तो सिर्फ कह सकता है। अगर सेंटर कहे ये, आज भी तो आपके 200 से ज्यादा स्कूल अब्रॉड हैं सीबीएसई के। देयर आर अप्रोक्सीमेटली 218 स्कूल्स ऑफ सीबीएसई अब्रॉड इन डिफरेंट कंट्रीज, जहां पर सीबीएसई का पाठ्यक्रम चल रहा है। हमें क्या रोकता है? हमें क्या कोई चीज खराब कर रही है? क्यों कर रही है? क्यों नहीं हम एक ही तरीके का? अब जब हमने कह दिया कि ये आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स, साइंस अलग अलग नहीं है, तो मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि आप बोर्ड भी एक कर दीजिए ना, और फिर उसके बाद आपकी बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएंगी। आपकी रिजर्वेशन की प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो जाएगी, आपकी कोटा सिस्टम की प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो जाएगी, और जो जितना डिजर्व करेगा। इस कोरोना के टाइम में एक चीज बड़ी जबरदस्त हुई है, एजुकेशन एक्सपोज हो गई है। पहले दो लोग जो डॉक्टर विनय जी के बहुत अच्छे मित्र थे, वो डॉक्टर विनय जी के कमरे में आके बैठे रहते थे, चापलूसी करते थे, वहां 2 कप चाय पीते थे और दोपहर के बाद स्कूल के टाइम के बाद चले जाते थे, और कोई उन्हें पूछने वाला नहीं था, क्योंकि डॉक्टर विनय जी प्रिंसिपल हैं स्कूल के, तो डॉक्टर विनय जी के वो चाहते हैं तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बहुत सारे लोग स्कूल जाते ही नहीं थे, उनकी जगह अटेंडेंस कोई और लगाता था, अकाउंटेबिलिटी कहीं और थी। आज भी शिक्षा के सिस्टम की जब हम बातचीत करें तो समानता मैं कैसे लेके आऊं? लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूं, अभी किसी बिल्डिंग पे कोई पैसा, जैसे शुरू में मैंने आपसे पूछा तो आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा हम एज ए एनआरआई क्या कह सकते हैं, डॉक्टर साहब भी मुझे कह रहे थे। एनआरआईज बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। नंबर 1, एनआरआईज को भारत सरकार कुछ प्रोमिनेंट एनआरआईज को जो अपने अपने एरियाज के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनको भारत सरकार इनवाइट करे, उनको 1 साल के लिए 2 साल के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे लेके आए, उनकी जो योग्यता है उसको भारत की शिक्षा प्रणाली में उनकी उस महारता को, उस योग्यता को 200% इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में इंप्लीमेंट करें। जो लोग वहां से आएंगे वो अपने साथ अपने कॉन्टेक्ट्स भी लेके आएंगे, अपनी नेटवर्किंग भी लेके आएंगे, अपनी योग्यता भी लेके आएंगे, अपनी क्षमता भी लेके आएंगे, और फिर अगर वो 2 साल के बाद वापस भी जाना चाहे तो कोई बात नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो 2 साल के बाद वापस भी जा सकते हैं। कम से कम 2 साल तक तो भारत को योगदान दे देंगे। हम आईआईटीज और आईआईएम्स की बातचीत करते हैं, मैं आपके साथ हूं, मैं सहमत हूं। इतने सारे एग्जाम पास करने के बाद आईआईटी और आईआईएम की जो क्रीम है, उनको आप कहो कि इसको पैकेज इतने का मिल गया, इसको पैकेज इतने का मिल गया, वो विदेश चले गए, तो मुझे बताओ भारत को उसका क्या फायदा हुआ? सो thereby it is only and only education system which can empower India, which can bring change in India, and which can strengthen India, and which can make आत्मनिर्भर भारत। एजुकेशन के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। और दूसरा, हर एक को ग्रेजुएशन नहीं करनी है, हर एक को मास्टर्स नहीं करनी है, हर एक को पीएचडी नहीं करनी है। अगर कोई स्किल में अच्छा है, किसी योग्यता में अच्छा है, और देखिए आज भी मैं तो सर्विसेज सेक्टर का हूं, तो मेरे सर्विसेज सेक्टर ने इस पेंडेमिक में सबसे ज्यादा सफर किया है। जब आप सर्विसेज सेक्टर की बातचीत करते हैं तो टूरिज्म सफर किया, होटल इंडस्ट्री सफर करी, एयरलाइन इंडस्ट्री सफर करी, रिटेल इंडस्ट्री सफर करी, मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री सफर करी। अब कहीं भी उठा लीजिए कोई भी चीज, मेरे माइक्रो स्मॉल मीडियम एंटरप्राइज भी सफर किए। तो मैं वापस उस चीज पे आ जाता हूं और यहां पर कंक्लूड करता हूं। मुझे ये बताइए कि स्टार्टअप एग्रीकल्चर में क्यों नहीं आ रहे, स्टार्टअप ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में क्यों नहीं आ रहे, स्टार्टअप उन चीजों में क्यों नहीं आ रहे। और कहीं ना कहीं तो हमें एनकरेज करना पड़ेगा ना, कहीं ना कहीं तो उस चीज का हमें दामन थामना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि किसी आदमी को टनल के दूसरी तरफ रोशनी दिखाई देगी तो वो टनल में से वॉक करके जाएगा ना, कि दूसरी तरफ तो टॉर्च जल रही है, नहीं तो वो तो टनल में नहीं घुसेगा। सो देयर बाई आई पर्सनली फील, और दूसरा विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट, मुझे फिनलैंड का मॉडल नहीं चाहिए, मुझे साउथ कोरिया का मॉडल नहीं चाहिए, मुझे जर्मनी का मॉडल नहीं चाहिए, मुझे स्वीडन का मॉडल नहीं चाहिए, मुझे जापान का मॉडल नहीं चाहिए। क्योंकि मेरे भारत का अपना मॉडल होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारी पॉपुलेशन के पर्सपेक्टिव को रखते हुए किसी किसी कंट्री की तो पॉपुलेशन उतनी होगी जितनी हमारे किसी एक राज्य की होगी। तो मैं क्या करूंगा उस चीज को लेकर, किसी के पास कोई अच्छी चीज है तो मैं उसको अपना लूंगा, लेकिन मुझे असल में आखिर में मॉडल वही ढूंढना पड़ेगा जो मेरे यहां पर लोकल और वोकल हो जाए। मैं ग्लोबल से लोकल पर आ जाऊं। तो यहां पर से मैं अब डॉक्टर रवि कांत जी के पास चलता हूं वापस, एंड देन वी कंक्लूड दिस पर्टिकुलर सेशन। इतना बड़ा सेशन मैंने कभी भी इतना लंबा नहीं रखा, लेकिन आज मैं ये चाहता था किसी के मन में ये बात ना रह जाए कि आपने हमें बुलाया और आपने हमें समय नहीं दिया। आप ये देखिए कि हमने 7:07:35 के करीब शुरू किया, 11:30 हो गए हैं रात के। तो हमने 4 घंटे के करीब ये सेशन रखा है, लेकिन हमने आपको रोका नहीं। आपने जो प्रेजेंटेशन देनी है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं किसी कंक्लूजन पे पहुंचे। मेरे लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, मेरे लिए जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है वो है, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्या है मेरे लिए, वो है बेसिकली टीचर्स की एम्पावरमेंट। That is something very important for me, how our teachers should be empowered, because that is a very great challenge for me. It's a very big challenge for me. मैं अपने टीचर्स को एम्पावर कैसे करूं, किस तरीके से करूं, उनमें वो योग्यता कैसे लेके आऊं, क्योंकि हमने बहुत बार कंप्रोमाइज करके ऐसे ऐसे लोगों को इस एजुकेशन में लेके आ गए। तो ये सारी चीज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए अब मैं फाइनल रिमार्क्स डॉक्टर रवि कांत पाठक जी से, क्योंकि समय बहुत ले लिया आप लोगों का, लेकिन मेरे को ये था कि चलिए आज हर कोई अपने मन की बात जरूर करे, और आप लोग अपने दिल से जो कुछ कहना चाहते हैं भारत को समृद्ध करने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर करने के लिए, तो फाइनल कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स आपकी तरफ से आ जाए।
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharma. And I think it was a long session, but it was interesting and passionate. Everyone spoke from their heart.
Yes.
And spoke about their specialization with their own generalized way. And I think जो सबसे एक चीज निकल के आती है, the philosophy of education or philosophy of life, any education should be for the life, because education is, without going into the formal school or system, we get educated. That is the law of nature. But जो हमारी व्यवस्था में जो सबसे बड़ी बात कही है कि गुरु बिन होए न ज्ञान, ये बड़ी समझदारी की बात है. And as you said, how to empower teachers. Despite all technology and everything, we are not going to go ahead into really fine education system without teachers. And this teacher and the infrastructure together has to come at a place. This long distance education like we are doing will be there. It will help, but it will not be complete in its own sense. So whatever politically, whatever it is, like whether union makes it or it goes to state and they implemented this, but India needs good teachers all across. And there must be a mechanism set up by union and by state synergistically to build up institutes that train good teachers, and they train in fact gurus, multidisciplinary teachers for a lower education system and higher education system. And there should not be rigid wall between lower and higher education system. There may be standards and things, but there should be they should not work in watertight compartment. It should still be fusible, disciplinary, multidisciplinary approach in these things. I think that is it. तो गुरुओं की शिक्षा दीक्षा, गुरुओं का सृजन ही भारत का भाग्य बदलेगा.
To the least, I think at least those teachers should not be used for this vaccination.
आपका म्यूट हो गया.
म्यूट हो गया है.
आपका म्यूट हो गया. आपका
विनय.
I just wanted to add that at least government should consider that teachers should not be used for polling and vaccination and other programs. They need to be respected
Okay.
to the least.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. और गौरव जी आपकी तरफ से कोई पॉइंट हो?
Sir, first of all, I would like to thank you for organizing this webinar. It was a very good engagement for me. I learned a lot. And yeah, I think it is very important that people who have benefited from Indian education system should all come together and contribute to making it better. So that proactiveness is very important among those of us who were fortunate to be highly educated.
Yeah, I'm for it actually. I totally agree on that. We have to come forward and volunteer ourselves for betterment of India's education system.
Very good, very good. Wonderful. And Dr. Sahi को भी बुला लेते हैं. हाँ जी.
First and foremost, thank you for listening to us and giving us so much of time. And I would agree with what you said earlier, that from global we have to go local, and till we go local, and especially in case of education, we will not be holistic and sustainable. So education has to be local. And yes, I agree with Gaurav ji and Pathak ji and also Vinay ji that we as, we all have been fortunate to come to this level through an Indian system of education. So it's time to give back, and that we can do voluntarily to our Indian system in whatever way possible. Thank you again.
हाँ, मैं रविकांत जी से एक बात कर रहा था कि हम किस तरीके से एक नेटवर्किंग तैयार करें कि डिफरेंट कंट्रीज के अंदर, मेरे पास नॉन रेजिडेंट इंडियंस तो वर्ल्ड ओवर हैं अलग अलग कंट्रीज में, लेकिन अगर हमने कुछ सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक एक्सपर्ट्स को लेना है, जैसे इस समय इंडिया को एक चीज की सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है, एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड टीचर्स एम्पावरमेंट प्रोग्राम्स. दैट मीन्स टीचर्स ट्रेनर्स. दैट मीन्स innovative mentors who can train teachers, or at the same time सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत इसी की है, सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत, क्योंकि जब मैं पूरी एजुकेशन में नजर घुमाता हूं तो मेरी नजर एक बात पर आकर टिकती है, जो सबसे ज्यादा वीक एरिया है पूरे सिस्टम में. आप जो मर्जी सिलेबाई बना लीजिए, जो मर्जी कंटेंट बना लीजिए, जो मर्जी टेक्नोलॉजी ले आइए, आप जितना अच्छा स्ट्रक्चर बना लीजिए, लेकिन जो उसको डिलीवर करने वाला है या उसको फैसिलिटेट करने वाला है, अब मैं उसको मॉनिटर नहीं कहूँगा, उसको जो फैसिलिटेट करने वाला, क्योंकि नाउ एजुकेशन इज लर्निंग सेंट्रिक, नॉट टीचिंग सेंट्रिक.
Absolutely.
When we talk from that perspective, तो क्या हम लोग 4 लोग इकट्ठे मिलके यहां से एक ऐसा अभियान शुरू कर सकते हैं कि we start identifying who are the people in different countries, those are Indians and they are into education, और हम अगर एक 50 लोगों का पूल बनाकर फाइनली उसमें डॉक्टर रवि कांत पाठक जी लीड ले सकते हैं. ही कैन डिवोट ए टाइम ऑन दैट लिटिल बिट. हम एक 50 लोगों का एक ग्रुप आइडेंटिफाई करके, 50 लोग टोटल पूरे वर्ल्ड से, मैं एक जगह से नहीं कह रहा हूं, और जरूरी नहीं है कि 50 एक ही बार मिलेंगे. मैं ये भी कह रहा हूं आपको, आप ये लेके चलिए कि आपको 10 मिले. पहले एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेता हूं. आपको 10 लोग मिले, उन 10 लोगों का 5-5 मिनट बुलवाने का, इतना लंबा वेबिनार नहीं, उनको 5-5 मिनट बुलवाएंगे. उन 10 लोगों का इकट्ठा एक वेबिनार करें और उन्हें रिक्वेस्ट करें कि 10 और दे दीजिए, 10 और दे दीजिए, 10 और दे दीजिए. और जिस दिन एक 50 लोगों का पूल तैयार हो जाए, उस दिन हम अपने चेंबर की तरफ से उन 50 लोगों की डिटेल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस को दें कि ये 50 लोग विश्व भर में हैं जिनको हमें इंडिया लाना चाहिए. और बेसिकली मुझे कोई सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक टीचर नहीं चाहिए, नहीं चाहिए. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक, नो. जब हम लाइफ स्किल्स की बातचीत कर रहे हैं तो वो संपूर्ण होना चाहिए अपने आप से, कि जो बच्चों को बेसिकली, मतलब बच्चों तक कोई चीज पहुंचाने के लिए पहले टीचर्स को ट्रेन कर दें. टीचर्स एम्पावरमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मेरा टोटल फोकस, एंड यू विल बी हैप्पी टू नो, कि 26 तारीख से भारत के दोपहर के जो 3 बजे का समय होगा, मेरा एक विशेष कार्यक्रम शुरू हो रहा है जिसमें 150 प्रिंसिपल्स को मैं लेके आ रहा हूं जो अब्रॉड हैं, डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में हैं. इंडियंस हैं लेकिन डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में हैं. दे आर स्कूल प्रिंसिपल्स. उनको मैं पैनल डिस्कशन में लेके आ रहा हूं. 4-4 प्रिंसिपल रोज आएंगे और वो लोग ये बातचीत करेंगे कि उन्हें एजुकेशन में क्या एम्पावरमेंट चाहिए. आई एम बिल्डिंग अप द पूल, ग्लोबल पूल ऑन दैट डायरेक्शन. तो वो उस तरीके से, वो है स्कूल एजुकेशन का. आपसे मैं बातचीत कर रहा हूं हायर एजुकेशन की, लेकिन कोई हर्ज नहीं है, हम स्कूल एजुकेशन के अंदर भी साथ लेके चल सकते हैं, क्योंकि फाउंडेशन तो वही है. और हर आदमी हायर एजुकेशन में जाए ना जाए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन स्कूल एजुकेशन तो हर एक को चाहिए. और गूगल का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, क्योंकि सारे टीचर्स कहीं ना कहीं गूगल सर्टिफाइड होने चाहिए. अरे उससे पीपीटी बनाने आने आ चाहिए, उसको माइक्रोसॉफ्ट आना चाहिए, उसको बेसिक टूल आने चाहिए, उसको एप्स यूज करने आने चाहिए. तो वो सारा कुछ गूगल के पास है, इनके पूरे स्ट्रक्चर में है. तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि कुछ हम ऐसा अभियान लेके चल सकते हैं. सो डॉक्टर रविकांत जी, आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू यू. I am grateful
Thank you
to
so
Dr.
much.
I am grateful to Gaurav Srivastava ji, and I am grateful to Dr. Sahi. And it was such a pleasure to have all the dignitaries this evening. And it was a great learning for me in particular. And I'm looking forward to all of us moving
Same
together
here.
ahead. And it's a wonderful journey. It's a wonderful beginning, because इस चीज को हम आगे लेके चलें. टेक्निकली गौरव जी को बहुत सारा लेके चलेंगे. एग्रीकल्चर में जो है वो जो आपकी रिसर्च है सारी डॉक्टर साई की, वो भी, और रविकांत जी का जो रूरल का कॉन्सेप्ट है, गुरुकुल का कॉन्सेप्ट है, रूरल का कॉन्सेप्ट है, इंडिया स्टिल इन द विलेजेस, उस पूरे चीज का. और डॉक्टर विनय, आपसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि आप फिनलैंड का थोड़ा मॉडल और गहराई में स्टडी कीजिए, क्योंकि लोग बहुत सारे प्रश्न पूछते हैं कि 14 साल तक राइटिंग स्किल नहीं है कोई वहां पर, 14 साल तक के बच्चे को राइटिंग स्किल नहीं करवाते, और सिर्फ बेसिकली उसके साथ कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, बाकी स्किल्स, ये सब स्किल्स, सारी चीजें. तो थोड़ा अगर आप गहराई में और जाएंगे तो उससे भारत को बहुत फायदा होगा. because there is no harm in knowing कि दूसरे लोग क्या कर रहे हैं. अभी जैसे ये जर्मनी में है, तो जर्मनी में स्किल के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा जोर दिया जाता है, तो हम स्किल के मॉडल की गहराई में भी उतरें, उसको हम वर्कआउट करें, प्लान करें, सारी चीजों को सोचें. तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और आप सब लोग अब विश्राम कीजिए, और फिर आपसे मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द. We will move on to the next program, and it was a wonderful deliberation. Thank you very much for your most
Thank you so
valuable
much.
time this evening.
Thank you.